Chuchmindlum, Chochwait the Sweat, Nachnachuluch, Alwas Kaklum, Tsq'escen Kuch, Atlas Temtemetskuch, Kokstafkuch, Slimhulachum, Atlas Dietum, Acha Kijum, Pien te Siegt, Spalulk, Slimhulachum, Atlas Dietum, 2023.
Ladies and gentlemen, family and friends, thanks for joining us today for the annual gathering of Northern Secwepemc Qelmucw members. Welcome to the 2023 NStQ Citizens Assembly.
Ma'suchentwacht le Qelmucw, asha Qelmucw, and nachatan michtkuch, matchuchmintum, a microtasket, as tapid archie.
To acknowledge the leadership, both past and present, that have led the people forward, please welcome to the stage Sabrina Jeff, Valerie West, Mike Ratasket, and our drummers and singers.
Q'escen, microtasket, el sweat, kitchen twachwood, el mintels, walmat peen.
Once again, our thanks to Microtasket and all the drummers and singers this morning, everyone who was able to join us for this tribute to the important people who have brought us forward to this time. If I could please call the students from Rosie Elementary School, Rosie Seymour Elementary School, and Dog Creek Elementary School to the stage, please, as well as their helpers so that we can organize for the opening of this year's assembly.
Penmintia at Xat'sull asma Kalchintia a Dadult Kutnump, a Tax the Sachintans, Matsichtkuch as Chmamels, a Ratum, as Stwachem.
We would encourage everyone to find their seats and turn your phones to silent as we prepare for the opening song from the students from SXFN.
White Huquaitip, Julianne Peters, Slachum Jeans, Espalux, Nestlumhulachum, Atlastiatum, La Aswikdomen, Pien de Sitkt. La Assuchentwacht, Huitchum, Julianne Peters and Tsq'escen, the Tsq'escen Aquin, Kamath na Qelmucw, Amumtwin, Antoinette, Julianne Archie, Marianne Emile, and Kikia'a, Ray Peters, Freddie Christopher, Len Chochpa Alu, Angela Peters and Kikacha, Ivan Christopher and Kakcha, Mark Audi and Kakcha Aitya, Whitney Walsh and Stimkekel, Aka Elkstwin, Nut Qelmucw, te Secwepemc, Elkstons, a Secwepemc, nach Qultons, as nach Qultans, WLFN, the SFU, Secwepemcstin, Diploma, Pien, Epitbenius. Chochuyusum, as Elkst met as Detlach Amkt, Secwepemcstin, Antoinette Archie, Elsie Archie, Marie Antoine, Diane Sandy, Leona Calhoun, as Carlene Dodson, and Sluk as Mintum, Wilmat Yaus, Chochwai, Secwepemc, Lut Lamona Jules, Flora Sampson, as Daniel Calhoun, as Roger Porter. He slats as Canoon Quinchel, as Kim Stuhlman, Chachwe Stuhlman, Pien, Wilmat Yaus, Q'escen, Kentepkuch, as Secwepemcstin, Lem Cook Ayusmentum. Q'escen, Pien de Sitkt, Makul and Twacht, Metastat Squeaquaitem, Look Almuch, Look As Lut, Net Altkutluch, Eat Nahan, Q'escen. Hello, everyone. My name is Julianne Peters. I'm from Canim Lake, but I live in Kamloops. Antoinette Julianne Archie and Marianne Emile, or Marianne Christopher, are my grandmothers. The late Ray Peters and Freddie Christopher are my grandfathers. My mother's Angela Peters. My father is Ivan Christopher. My stepfather's Mark Audi, who was the kindergarten teacher out in Tsq'escen. I am a single parent of my daughter Whitney. I work as a community teacher for Qelmucw, but I'm also here today as your Qelmucw, which is your MC, your announcer for the NStQ Citizens Assembly 2023. I have actually just completed my SFU Indigenous Languages Proficiency Diploma, which I will be receiving in June. I really love to work with our elders in Secwepemc. Some of my teachers were Tony and Elsie Archie, Marie Antoine, Diane Sandy, Leona Calhoun, Garlene Dodson. My late teachers in Secwepemc territory, which will be forever missed, are the late Mona Jules, Flora Sampson, Daniel Calhoun, and Roger Porter. We thank you for carrying the language when you were suffering. We thank you today because we may be able to converse with the ancestors, the people of long ago, and the good hunting grounds someday. We thank you all for carrying the language for us to continue to speak. Something that I would like to share that has also been one of my teachings. I'm going to share a song with you, and this actually came from my mentors in Qelmucw, and this is the Secwepemc welcome song. There's also a dance that goes with it, and I'll demonstrate in a bit. But the welcome song, you start with your heart, and you're welcoming the people to this territory from your heart. You're giving thanks to everything in the sky that you can see that the Creator gave us, and you go back to your heart because that's where your love comes from, and then you go back out to the land and you're giving thanks, and you're welcoming people to this beautiful territory that you're from, and back to your heart and giving thanks for everything that comes from Mother Earth, and showing and sharing with the people that are present. So that is the welcome dance. Oh, I forgot to mention, during the welcome song and the welcome dance, you're supposed to be smiling, so you're welcoming. I have to remind the people that I drum and sing with all the time that they need to smile. So, Peen, I'm gonna sing that welcome song for you. So that was the Secwepemc welcome song. And I learned that from Gary Gottfredson, Qelmucw, who learned from his ancestors, Mildred Gottfredson and Nels Mitchell. And that is a teaching that I would like to bring home to our people in this area. I have a bunch of songs, so we can keep singing all day, but. Tsq'escen, Tsq'escen, Achwet na alia na spelulks, a tmusmis and a kusum, is Qelmucw, Negotiator, Elksmins a spelulks, Tsq'escen, a Knuchmins a spelulks, is Plukentwacht. So our thanks to the many people who have traveled to be here for this gathering of the 4 NStQ nations. Welcome to the Citizens Assembly. The organizers of this event would like to extend our appreciation for the staff and volunteers and all of the special considerations that have been made for our time together.
We have our young people here ready to sing a song for you. We're going to be singing Arthur Dick's Peace Song. And in Arthur's song, the vision that he was given and the prayer that he was given, it talks about we as a people, as Secwepemc, that we are poor, we are pitiful, and we're asking for the Creator's help. So in this time of great change, our young leaders here are going to be singing and asking for that help today. So thank you for being here. Here we go. job, young man.
Qelmucw. Qelmucw. Let me say that again. Qelmucw. Tsq'escen nos blwg sys ymchwlwchwm a llystietamch na 2023. Q'esc'stapcwch a Qelmucw des Tsq'escen a Xat'sull. Pien da Tsq'escen. Q'esc'stapcwch a Algsmans a Tsq'escen a Xat'sull Q'ulams hi esplwg.
Good morning, and welcome to the 2023 NStQ Citizens Assembly. We're blessed to be hosted by the community of Secwepemc First Nation. And we would like to begin today by thanking the staff and community of Secwepemc First Nation for their dedicated assistance in staging this event.
I just want to honor our young ones for coming up. Give them a round of applause. Thank you to our children for stepping up and taking the initiative to start learning these things, to be able to get out of your comfort zone and expand yourself. I know that this must have been a very different experience for you, and I hope that you continue growing, learning, and expanding your light. So thank you to our young ones for not only being here, but stepping up on stage into the light to share that song. Hoi.
Q'esc'stapcwch David. Tsq'escen. I will do the opening prayer for us this morning. Tsq'escen. Tq'altqukpi. Q'esc'stapcwch pien da Tsq'escen. Q'esc'stapcwch Q'esalctenscwch a llystemtemetscwch. Q'esc'stapcwch Tsq'escenscwch a llysawlqua. Q'esc'stapcwch a malaman a llysumachscwch. Q'nuchwentacwch is Q'nuchwentwachscwch. Q'nuchwenta is Chemstam a Q'elmucwscwch. Q'nuchwenta a Q'esalctenscwch taxa Q'uyusmis. Tq'altqukpi Q'esc'stapcwch ta Q'uchwait da stem. Umatyaws. Creator, we thank you for today. We thank you for our family and our friends. We thank you for our food and the water. We thank you for our medicines and our spirits. Help us to help each other. Help us to respect one another. Help our families so they do not suffer. Creator, we thank you for everything, forever and ever. Pien matlachai en chutku. Now it's time to make some introductions. As Cleetentem, Yeana Pien Tsq'escen. There are some special guests who have joined us this morning. Mat Tsq'escen and Nacheten means a NStQ, at Q'elmucw as Tsq'escen Xat'sull. Mat Tsq'escen as Q'elmucw Qelmucw Hank Adams Sr. Here to introduce those special people and to begin today's program, please welcome to the stage Senior Treaty Manager of the Northern Secwepemc Tribal Council and former Tsq'escen First Nations Qelmucw Hank Adams Sr.
Morning, everyone. I'm stepping in for Marg Selly, our Executive Director for the Northern Secwepemc Tribal Council. She fell ill about a week ago and she's still not feeling very well, so I was asked to do the introduction. So before I call up the chiefs for the opening remarks, I'd like to first of all acknowledge some of the former chiefs in the audience here. And some of these names I haven't seen in the audience, but I'll make mention of them anyway. Bev Sellars, see in the house. Donna Dixon. Oh, there she is right there. Bernice Saunders, I seen Bernice, or did I? No. Agnes Jack. Anne Louie. Patrick Harry, way at the back in the red. Is Eric Archie here? Marilyn Camille. Clara Camille. I seen Dave Archie here. He's right over here at the white shirt on. I seen Mike Archie as well, sitting right here. Someone mentioned Roy Christopher was here. Is he here? Roy? Geez, I didn't even see you sitting there. And finally, Mike Rataskett, sitting down here. Thank you for all being here today. And first of all, I'll call up our host community, which is Tsq'escen, and I believe it's Hank that's going to do some of the opening remarks.
Whew. Never thought I was going to have to come up here today, but I will do my best, so be patient with me. Grateful to be here. Wait, Councilor Hank Adams Jr. and Tsq'escen, Qelmucw for the opening prayer and the drumming for our children. That was amazing. They did an amazing job, so I'm very proud of them. Qelmucw to all of you for attending, and Qelmucw to our elders for their guidance and their patience. I want to welcome everyone for joining us today on our territory and territories of everybody else here, and so just grateful that we could all gather again. I know it's been a stressful few years, but we are here now. The theme for this year's Citizens Assembly is following a trail. Each individual and our nation is on their own trail in life, but we all strive to ensure our future generations will be successful and thriving. A big part of our success is our connection to the land and our ancestors, knowing that all living things are interconnected, and that relationship is critical. My connection to the Toby Lake area within our territory has been a significant piece of land in my life. The ability to sit there with my thoughts and to heal. It's a place for me to be close to my ancestors. Each of us has that special place within our territory that you guys go to. And it's always different depending on the way I feel and the way where I want to be within the territory. And you can see a lot of the places that we've looked at behind me in our territory is so beautiful and so diverse. I'm just grateful to be a part of that. But within our agreement, we want to protect our inherent rights entitled to make sure our culture and our language are protected for future generations so that they can practice those teachings on our land. That's the whole reason why we're in this whole process, was because of the land question. There was no question in our mind in regards to who had full ownership of that land and that territory. And that's why we do the work that we do today. Our ancestors and elders have endured so much. Despite that, they were successful because our teachings are still here. We are still here. The Indian Act system still has a grasp on our nations, so there is still work to be done in order for us to reestablish our laws and rebuild our nations in these modern times and continue being a self-governing nation. All the work that our ancestors have done for us to be here inspires me to continue that work for our future generations. I'm grateful to be here, grateful to be in this position. I welcome you on behalf of Secwepemcstin First Nation. I'm just so inspired to see everybody here and how much this has grown for each of us, and that we could show unity as Northern Secwepemc. So I'm just appreciative, I'm happy. I never thought I'd be up here doing this when I first started, so again, I appreciate all of your time, and I really appreciate everyone for showing up and listening to me this morning, and I hope the next couple of days are full of love, happiness, and joy, because that's all we want, is to be able to celebrate together, and that's all this has ever been about, is being able to come together and celebrate as Qelmucw and as Secwepemc people, because we are strong, like I said, and we are still here. So, Tsq'escen, Juk.
Thank you, Hank. The next Q'ucbi I'd like to call up from the WLFN, Williams Lake, Chief Willie Sellars.
Wait up, Xat'sull, Willie Sellars, Q'ucbi, Secwepemc. Thanks, Hank. I'm very thankful to be here. Hello, Chief Willie Sellars with Williams Lake First Nation. It's always impressive, the show that we put on nowadays at NStQ. I was talking to an off-reserve member who was very impressed with the production of everything today. And I remember that's exactly how I felt last year. It was like we were going down to the coast and we were attending a BCAFN or UBCIC or a First Nation Summit, and that is the standard that we need to continue to set in our gatherings, in our multi-nation gatherings, especially in Secwepemc. So very thankful to be here in Secwepemc, very thankful to see the work that has been put into this behind the scenes to bring us together and to give us an update and showcase the work that has been done to date. We started thinking about, why we do what we do as leaders and as governments and as staff working on behalf of the people in our traditional territories. Hank's right. We're doing it for the future generations, and we're holding up our past leaders, we're holding up our past workers and our champions and our ancestors that have put that work in for so long and have sacrificed so much. But again, strengthening that connection to the land, which we all have and have had since time immemorial. I think about some of the significant areas of interest for WLFN and me personally, and what I hold so dear to my heart in the traditional territory of the Williams Lake First Nation. We see the videos that are coming up of Secwepemc showcasing the different territories of the Tsq'escen, the Tsq'escen, the Tsq'escen, the Xat'sull, and you take great pride in that being your territory, in having an opportunity to step foot on every inch of that territory throughout your life and your time in these lands. I think about, of course, the Fraser River and the Chilcotin River, Farewell Canyon and Sheep Creek Bridge and Joe Jabbat. And I think about the good memories that I have as a young person, as a young man, about growing up and practicing my culture and just being out there without any devices, without any worries in the world and any stresses. How are we going to get to become a healthy community? Governance is a big part of that, and being self-governing is a big part of that. But there's all these different pillars that we have to hold up in our communities, in our own personal lives to get there. We need to be able to find that balance of our culture, that balance of being on the land, that balance of our language, and the balance, of course, of our ceremonies. And we're starting to see that revitalization process in our communities. And we're starting to see our elders step up, and their hearts are being filled because the youth are coming up on stage and they're being brave and they're showing pride of holding that up, because we are, endorsing it, and we are strengthening that bond that they have to who they are as Secwepemc. And when we start instilling that pride back in our communities, we start strengthening that with strong governance, we are going to see this healing curve become quicker in our communities. And that's really what it is all about. There is this stigma around treaty that we have from individuals throughout the territory and throughout the province and even throughout this country around how it's a bad thing, and how it is not good for the nation and not good for the communities. But it is a tool that we're using to get to where we want to be, which is a self-governing community and a self-governing nation. That's what we really need to focus on. 30 years ago, a treaty was the only option that we had. Now there are multiple options, and we see the groups coming together, the teams coming together and working with those different tools that have been coming forward, the legislation changes that we've seen with stuff like the title case and the TNG, Qelmucw. I mean, you go down the list, and by using all the options that we have to get to where we want to be, which is a healthy community, we can't help but take great pride in all of the work that's being done. And being up here as a leader, as an individual that is from Secwepemc, I am very honored and very proud and just very happy to be a part of that journey. Looking forward to the next couple of days, and thank you very much for giving me the time to speak today. And of course, have fun and be positive, and let's give ourselves some hugs and a round of applause to get these next 2 days off. Qelmucw, all my Xat'sull and all my relations.
The next speaker I'd like to call up is Helen Henderson. Is Helen? Yep, here she comes. And then we'll have Rhonda Phillips up on deck.
Wade Kuchwaidap, Cookbeat Helen Henderson, Ren Tsq'escen. Ren Gigha, Relila Archie, Ren Gejat, or James Henderson. Hello everyone, my name is Chief Helen Henderson. My mother is the late Lila Archie, and my father is the late James Henderson. Tsq'escen for the prayer and the prayer song. We feel the ancestors with us today as we stand on the unceded, never surrendered Tsq'escen, our ancestral grounds. I honor our elders, our matriarchs, our knowledge holders, our Jememalt, our guests, and our Secwepemc here today. Today I'm happy to be reconnecting and connecting with all of you here at the NStQ Citizens Assembly. It's wonderful to welcome home our Gagawasemuts, those that live away from home. Historically, our nation hosted annual gatherings here in Tsq'escen, both at Green Lake and Laklahash. How powerful it is to be revitalizing our gathering practices. Our people have footprints all over Qelmucw, including Qelmucw, also known as the district of 100 Mile House. Welcome. Over the next few days, you'll see our connection to the land, our resources, and our Secwepemc as it relates to Qelmucw, our NStQ treaty. Qelmucw has many special places for our people that include traditional hunting and gathering places, historic homelands, stewardship areas for our animals, sacred waterways, sacred healing areas. And as we look up, take a breath, our skies, our air, and our winged. Every part of the territory is sacred to us. Secwepemc people once thrived in the thousands. We were self-sustaining and self-sufficient with governing systems that ensured subsistence for all. Since contact, our people and population have been devastated by first contact and almost every contact since. The loss of our healing practices and our healing lands set our people back and put us at risk for population devastation as our practices to care for one's spirit were banned. It's been a long road to get to this point in time of reconciliation and world change, where indigenous peoples' rights are being prioritized and codified into provincial and federal laws. Most importantly, we are revitalizing our Secwepemc laws and practice as supreme laws. We know we need our land base in order to heal, and NStQ has a history of connection to our land and our spirit. Families are practicing fruitfully, hunting, gathering, and fishing within Secwepemc. As we move toward a final agreement with the parties, NStQ is committed to finalizing Qelmucw that is rich in our Secwepemc laws and practices. Our treaty team, working groups, staff, and leadership have worked diligently negotiating Qelmucw with the heart of the people and the land at the forefront of our collective minds. Through our experience, we have gained so much leadership and capacity in the areas of governance and land-based strategies and protection. We have become legal experts in our own laws and the laws of the Crown. We are true stewards of our territory, and the road has been paved by those warriors that came before us. And our Qelmucw will carry on the beacon of Secwepemc light, continuing to blaze trails. As leaders, we are tasked with opening doors at the highest levels to challenge status quo and create opportunities for all NStQ. We are lobbyists and advocates for each and every one of you. But we can't do it alone, and we haven't. Our Secwepemc value will never allow us to take one step alone. We have grown together and learned together. This is what we do. As we look around the room, we see a tremendous amount of dedication and efforts of our people to get us to this point. We are never alone or without answers. The answers are within. And if you can't find one, you have your elders, matriarchs, knowledge holders to guide you, as I have throughout my life. Tsq'escen to our ancestors for being ever so present in our lives and providing us guidance. Tsq'escen.
Thank you, Helen. Rhonda Phillips, you're up. Whoa, jeez.
Well, it's hard to follow behind those two great speakers. So I ask that you please be patient with me. Good morning, everyone. I'm grateful and honored to be here with all of you. I'm Rhonda Phillips from Xat'sull First Nation. I'm a daughter, sister, mother, grandmother, niece, and friend. I've always felt the strongest and most grounded when I'm by the Fraser River, especially at Xat'sull, our fishing site down by the Heritage Village. I would fall asleep on those rocks as a child while my parents fished all night. I felt safe and knew I was surrounded by my ancestors. Knowing that my future generations will call Xat'sull their home gave me a sense of pride and filled me with hope and peace. I believe that the land, our culture, and language is embedded in our souls and flows in our blood. It is within us. It heals us. It is our identity as First Nations, as Secwepemc. Land back is a popular term that is used across Turtle Island. We see it on social media, our art, and hear it in our music. I wanted to reflect on the meaning it has for me and how I progress as a leader. Our younger generation found a way to bring this term to life, and these words hit home for many of us. In my generation, we were the first not to go to residential school. We were the testers for the school system, integrating Indigenous students into the school system. The system was biased in their teaching, but it was our parents' teachings that brought culture and the fight for our future into our lives. As I grew, it was teachings of elders, Indigenous leaders, and my peers that brought me to my views today. My father is John Phillips Sr., and his parents are late Isidore and Margaret Phillips, nee Sellars, and late Hazel Gee, My mother is late Dorothy Phillips, nee Charlie Boy, and her parents are Felix and Justine Marianne, nee Charlie Boy, and Casimir Lulawa. Traditionally, our families supported one another, raised one another, and were there for one another. My grandmothers on both sides raised my parents, and the community and elders rallied together to support them. I know one day we will have jurisdiction over our child and family services, and it'll be based on our traditional laws, stories, and familial values. My father never attended residential school, but did suffer from the trauma that it created and the divide it caused. My mother attended St. Joseph's Mission and suffered from the trauma and the loss of family. My father always felt discarded and my mother abandoned. So when they raised my siblings and I, they raised us with love. They wanted us to know we belonged, that everybody belonged. They wanted us to know we had a role in this life and responsibilities. Every one of us did, and that is to one another. They wanted us to understand that we were going to face great difficulties in life and that we would suffer from the pain of racism and hate. That some of those difficulties could come from our own people because we have all suffered in one way or another. We all have a story, but we don't have to be that story or to limit ourselves to that narrative. Rather, we can create our own story, one based on our ancestral truths, our ancestral values, and our ancestral laws. We come from a line of warriors, gatherers, hunters, healers, storytellers, and great leaders. All of us here have descended from greatness. Before colonization, we had our own governing law. We traded, we lived off the land. We took care of our families and our neighbors, and we trusted in the Great Spirit. We trusted in one another. It is important for us to remember our history and acknowledge where we come from. But more importantly, it is what we do with that knowledge and how we move together to achieve healing, unity, and sovereignty. I've picked berries in the Blue Lake area, along the Fraser River, back in Tyee Lake, over in Lakely, walked the trails in Deep Creek, fished in the creeks, surrounding lakes, and along the Fraser. My favorite hunting stories include my parents, siblings, family, children, and the many areas around Xat'sull territory, getting moose or deer. We gathered medicines, shared stories, laughed, and cried together. Our family wasn't rich, but we lived off the land, and we were rich in the sense that we knew how to utilize the resources around us, and we had one another. I raise my hands up and acknowledge all the leaders who came before me and who stand with me today. The leaders who had a vision for our people to achieve sovereignty and to uphold our inherent rights, to have a say in what happens on our lands and in our territories. I raise my hands up for the willingness to speak up and fight for our people, to fight for our freedom. I raise my hands up to the treaty team and NStQ members for your hard work and commitment to keep showing up, doing the work, engaging with one another, building capacity, and sharing best practices. I raise my hands up to your willingness to explore new ways of thinking, incorporating our traditional knowledge to move us towards unity and collaboration. I raise my hands and honor our ancestors, our elders, for their resiliency and their willingness to share their stories and their knowledge throughout this whole treaty process, and for their strength to bring us to where we are today. They had a vision to get back to who we were and believed that one day we would. They never gave up. They continued to share stories, history, and their traditional knowledge, which built the foundation we are working off today. We have been in this process for 30 years, and in that time we have lost many elders, leaders, and members along the way. But their drive, determination, and strength inspire me every day to keep moving forward. They are the unsung heroes of this journey we've been on. It is their shoulders we stand upon, and it is their stories we'll pass on to our youth and our future generations. These teachings my parents instilled in me has made me who I am today, an advocate for equality, unity, and working with others, a champion of change, a person whose resiliency has filled me with compassion and love, someone who cares for the well-being of others and will use my voice to share my story in order to advance us forward. I'm honored to be standing here with all of you and look forward to hearing about the great work that continues to happen, moving us towards self-government. We have our seat at the table, and we will continue to fight for what is ours. We will gain jurisdiction over our lands, people, and resources, and it'll be because of everyone that's here. Tsq'escen.
Thank you, Rhonda. Can we have a round of applause for the leaders that came up for the opening remarks? Thank you. There's going to be a short break. I'm not sure how long we have. It looks like we're a little bit early, 10 minutes. Okay, we'll take a short break and we'll reconvene in 10 minutes.
Pin Masachich Tilman. This song was, or has been taught to me by my coworker, Sunny Prairie Chicken. And this song comes from a sket. It is a Johnny Johnson song, prayer song. And I keep borrowing the display drum because my drum sounds real quaint.
Hi-yo.
So in that song, we say, O Tsq'escen, O Creator, Qelmucw, help us, SXFN, to be strong.
So this song came from the Mi'kmaq nation. It was taught to my mom and I, late Lillian Squallion, by Noel Millier and Angeline Purcell. So they gifted us this song to share, and it's called the Gathering Song. Tsq'escen.
Thank you, Valerie and Sabrina and Danikka. We're so appreciative to have our little drum corps, and once again, Tsq'escen. Unfortunately, Julianne was not able to bring her drum, but Val did want to make a special presentation at this time.
So in honor of you being our Secwepemcstin MC, we would like to gift you this drum today. So she doesn't have to borrow it no more. She's got a drum here. I made it all by myself. It needs to be oiled. Yeah.
Qelmucw. Pin Tsq'escen, Tsq'escen. We're going to sing the Sweat House song for you.
Hey,
Qelmucw Bumiman. Oh, Chichlem din Bumiman. My new drum is beautiful. Tsq'escen. Qelmucw mat Juchmintum. And the Hutton means a Thompson Caribou. Frank Caputo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Member of Parliament for Kamloops Thompson Caribou, Frank Caputo.
Waked and Tsq'escen. That was beautiful. Thank you very much for inviting me here today. It is an honor here to be with you on your traditional territory here in Secwepemc. I found that music so soothing, and what a beautiful drum there. I send regrets on behalf of Member of Parliament Todd Doherty. He was unable to be here. But what's important for me is that I am here, and I'm going to be able to spend a little bit of time with you. I've been trying to learn some words in Secwepemcstin. So I was actually at the North American Indigenous Games bid, where we were bidding on behalf of Kamloops to Secwepemc and the City of Kamloops joint bid. And I was there with Qugbi Casimir and Tsq'escen Fraser. And Tsq'escen Fraser taught me that in order to make a plural, because I wanted to ask how to welcome councilors, plural, and I asked if I just put an S on Tsq'escen, and she said, no, it is Tsq'escen. And I was wondering if the same goes if I want to express my gratitude to our Qugbi, or would it be Qugbi for all of the Qugbi? So I hope I've got that right. Thank you to Tsq'escen and Qugbi, all those present here, for inviting me here today. Did I get it right? Sorry? Qugbi? Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Qugbi. And Tsq'escen? Yes, okay, thank you. Either way, thank you very much for welcoming me here. It's it's an honor to be here present with you, Secwepemc. I will be here for a little while, and whether or not your territory is in Kamloops Thompson Caribou, obviously I know Canim Lake is, I'm happy to come meet with you. Please reach out to my office. I'm happy to make your acquaintance and learn from you. I said when I was running that my relationship with the local Indigenous people of Kamloops Thompson Caribou was a priority for me, and I maintain that. So Tsq'escen for the invite. I hope you have a wonderful time here and that we all learn from each other. Thank you.
Ma qoqolut pina sin cookbies splookstis te chickentwux elks katux na Slouten 2017. Tquanami Blatten, Elks, na Queen's Council, na 2019. Elks, Sal Upik, Sal Chilks, the Swuchts, na Tquanami Blatten, Sal Qelmucw Kultens, Elks, na Criminal Defense, Civil Litigation.
Our next guest is serving her second term as Chief Commissioner for the BC Treaty Commission and was first appointed in April 2017. Celeste is a practicing lawyer and was appointed Queen's Counsel in 2019. Drawing from over 25 years of experience, her specializations are in Indigenous law and corporate governance, and she previously practiced criminal defense and civil litigation.
Chilchmams, Tquanami na Osgood Hall. Melton is Tquanami na York University. Elkstis at Duckdetten na Anthropology at Tquanami na University of British Columbia. Bachelor's na Tquanami at Bachelor's na Anthropology.
She holds a Master of Laws in Constitutional Law from Osgood Hall Law School in York University. Celeste is currently pursuing her doctorate in Anthropology and Law from the University of British Columbia, where she earned a Bachelor of Laws and Bachelor of Arts in Anthropology.
Celeste Moot met as Chelwas Conrad Xat'sull Dapenkupa Tsq'escen Tsq'escen as Chmels Tsq'escen Emch.
Celeste lives with her husband Conrad on Vancouver Island and is the proud mother of 3 and grandmother of 2.
Chuchmintia Celeste Haldane.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Celeste Haldane.
Xat'sull, Qelmucw for the warm welcome. I also want to acknowledge the beautiful territory. I find myself humbled and privileged to be in front of you today. And I really want to acknowledge the children that we saw this morning kicking us off in such a good and powerful way. As a mother and grandmother, that's the future that we're doing this work for. We want to ensure that we're keeping and building a better, brighter future for everyone. I also want to recognize the elders, the citizens, Kupis, and you've already heard too much about who I am, so I'm going to continue to move on. I also wanted to acknowledge that you might see, and some of the imagery in my presentation from various beautiful parts of all your territories. So what I wanted to do is just provide a bit of a presentation looking at the history of the Treaty Commission, modern treaties in Canada and British Columbia, as well as the context for treaty negotiations for those of you that aren't aware as to how we sort of got to this place, as well as looking at the shifting legal landscape, changes and innovations within the negotiations process, as well as your milestones as a highly advanced table, and provide some updates from our perspective. So as you may or may not be aware, but the mandate of the Treaty Commission is to, as an independent body, to facilitate and we advocate for the recognition of Indigenous titles and rights in British Columbia. We also have the mandate to implement and operationalize through the treaty negotiations the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And again, it's about ensuring that we are advancing negotiations through treaties and tripartite agreements. As an independent body, we have the role to oversee the treaty negotiations here in British Columbia. And we just celebrated the signing of the BCTC agreement in September of last year. And so recognizing the tremendous amount of capacity that your communities have built in negotiations. So we have 3 main mandate areas. So facilitation is one, and that's us being directly involved at the treaty negotiation tables. When we're asked, we can facilitate or assist in nation-to-nation discussions and engagements. We also have the funding or the responsibility to fund the treaty negotiations. And a part of that is, again, making sure that there is a level playing field when it comes to ensuring that First Nations in the negotiations process have the proper fiscal resources that is required to carry out your negotiations. And one of the innovations, and I know I'll touch on this a little later, but I think it's important to note right now that previously, when negotiations started in 1992, there used to be 80% loans. So that meant your communities had to take out loans to negotiate your rights and title. And that 20% was a contribution. That changed in budget 2018 to now become 100% contribution funding. And from my perspective, but also the Treaty Commission's perspective, and I know First Nations perspectives, that having to borrow loans to negotiate your own title, your own rights, and access to lands and resources, I would say was repugnant. And it was nice to see that commitment from the federal government recognize that in a recognition of rights process, you should not have to borrow money to negotiate and protect your title and rights. Moving forward in the next federal budget in 2019, all the loans that had been accumulated, so 25 plus years of negotiations, accumulated across the country, $1.5 billion. That was, I would say, for lack of better words, written off by the federal government. Because again, in a rights recognition process, you should not have to be borrowing money to protect your title and rights. And so that was 1.5 billion across the country, which means that was a significant investment and reinvestment back into your communities. And for those nations, for whatever their reasons, for whatever they weren't still engaged in treaty negotiations, or they've taken a pause from negotiations, that continued to help them rebuild and reinvest in their communities. Because as we know, when we're trying to build our economies and trying to attract investment and create partnerships, having those loans sit on your book it's a negative balance for you, but as an asset for the federal government, can really create some challenges for creating those partnerships. So for those nations that also are not engaged in negotiations, their loans were also written off. And again, it's about building capacity, and it's about reinvesting in First Nations communities. Another part of our mandate is public education. So providing information to all of Canada and British Columbia and citizens such as yourself with regards to where the treaty negotiations process is. And that's really our mandate, so I thought I would share some information about that. This is just a snapshot. I sometimes find maps to be quite helpful as to how many modern treaties we have in Canada. So there's 29, we have 8 in BC, and 7 that have been negotiated in our process. And NStQ was completed outside of our process and in 2000, and they're actually looking at celebrating their 25th year from the signing of their agreement and 23rd year of implementation. Another snapshot is just to how many nations are currently negotiating in the negotiations process. We have 38. You can see there's where some of the treaties have been settled. We have a number that are in advanced negotiations, such as your communities that are in advanced negotiations. And we have 15 nations that are finalizing. So this gives a bit of a snapshot as to the territory that is covered in British Columbia by current negotiations or implementing treaties. And so here's the context as to sort of why we're engaged in negotiations. As you can see, we started out, actually I would say we've even started out before 1969. As a person from Musqueam, as a Sparrow, I've been involved in my community and in my family's pursuit of justice and a fair settlement and fair access to lands and resources. So we have the white paper that came out in 1969, which then created the Constitutional Express. I wasn't on the Constitutional Express, but I do know it's really, really important. There's been such integral leaders and leadership that was involved in the Constitutional Express, again, affording the Section 35 to come into the Constitution. 1973 is the Calder decision. That was one of the first decisions that came out with regards to, does Aboriginal title exist? The court split, but there is the notion that title and rights in British Columbia were not extinguished. They were not extinguished. We know that. The Crowns needed to hear that. So we have the amendment to the Constitution in 1983, Constitutional Express. 1982, we have Section 35 of the Constitution added, which really recognizes the pre-existing rights of Aboriginal, First Nations, Indigenous peoples in Canada. That also acknowledges the fact that we have a really big outstanding land question here in British Columbia. as you probably know, there are very few treaties that were signed in BC. We have the Douglas Treaties in 1854, so pre-Confederation. We have Treaty 8 up in the northeast corner, 1899, and then negotiations stopped. And why did they stop? Because the Crown thought once they planted their flag and we became Canada, that extinguished any of our rights and title. Well, that's not what the courts have said. And so now we have a lot of litigation stemming from Section 35. We have a number of landmark cases that are coming out of the province of British Columbia. We have Garin, we have Sparrow, Qelmucw. We finally have, in 2014, the first title case and title win in British Columbia. Again, the courts continue to reinforce that negotiations are the best pathway forward to resolve the pre-existence of our people, pre-existence of us, and the fact that we have title and rights that have not been extinguished, with that of Crown sovereignty. And that's what bears the treaty negotiations process. That's when it was decided that I think there's some unfinished business from Confederation that we now need to actually start addressing. And in between all of those legal cases, constitutional express, we see a lot of direct action in British Columbia over ownership of lands and resources, because we don't have that treaty relationship. We don't have that partnership with the Crowns. We see territories being milled. We see our territories being shrunken for economic pursuits for everyone but First Nations people. And that's when the treaty negotiations process really started to rev up in 1992, recognizing that there was a need for negotiations to sit down and have a discussion and come to consensus and conclusion about how are we going to continue to coexist and create a better and brighter future for all, not just one facet of society. So I'm just going to share some information with regards to what is a treaty. And they are agreements that are negotiated. And you've spent 25 plus years in negotiations, and it's about reconciling pre-existing Indigenous rights with those of Canada and British Columbia. And we're wanting to look at how do we create a better future through partnership, through meaningful engagement, and it's through the unique 6-stage negotiations process that we find ourselves in here in BC. Inside a modern treaty, this is just a snapshot with regards to what is in a modern treaty, but there's self-governance. So moving beyond the Indian Act, moving out from the Indian Act, and becoming truly self-governing. Lands and resources, so fair access to your lands and resources and territories to be able to make decisions that you all see fit for your future generations and how development occurs within your territories. What say do you have in your territories? So providing you with that real, self-governing, self-determining vision and the ability to be able to manage your territories in the way that you see fit and the way that your community wants to see your territory managed. So taking care of sacred sites, taking care of whether it's wildlife, fisheries, and even pursuing economic development, because again, that's your decision. Fiscal resources, so with that, we call that the capital transfer, the cash. So Canada is going to come with the cash component to be able to manage and be self-governing. Children and families, so again, another pivotal area, recognizing that our communities have been devastated by policies of residential schools, 60-SKU, children in care. So being able to ensure that you see how you want to manage children and families and providing that jurisdiction and providing that space, because it's not about governments continuing to tell us what's best for us, tell us what's best for our children and our grandchildren, it's up to us. Language and culture, which I have to acknowledge, it's absolutely amazing to see you have fluent speaker alongside English speaking here. I don't speak a lot of my language, but when I hear others and our youth picking up our languages, revitalizing our languages and our culture, because that's what deeply connects us to who we are and our territories. And to me, that just brings so much joy. And it's just, you just feel it right in the heart, and it instills that pride and that self-esteem that our children need in order to continue to be the best of who they are. And so I want to acknowledge the work that everyone has done in order to continue to build upon and revitalize and strengthen your knowledge and culture based on your vision and values and history and knowledge keepers. So that's part of what is in a treaty. Of course, I was going to say fisheries is an integral component, and recognizing that we have some of the best fishing sites and rivers in British Columbia. Now, I come from the mouth of the Fraser River, but also I'm Tsq'escen, so I'm at the mouth of the Tsq'escen, and understanding how important fisheries and marine resources is to our continued survival and dignity and respect. There's a way that you're able to continue to manage your fisheries resources without having to continuously fight with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. I'm not going to say too much more about that, just because I used to commercial fish, but also recognizing I am a sparrow, we have gone to court over fisheries resources. So the shifting legal landscape, just wanted to share some of the changes and innovations that have occurred over the last number of years, which really will encompass, and the treaty negotiations that are currently being discussed and negotiated here will have a lot of these innovations captured in your treaty, and I think that is really exciting. So we have a new modern treaty implementation policy. So Canada announced that they actually have an implementation policy. So when you get to the point where you're implementing, there's a policy that will oversee how that implementation is going. They are working with their modern treaty partners now to determine what does that look like, what kind of accountability mechanism will be required, and that's a good thing, because right now it seems to be ad hoc from department to department, or they kick it over to, CERNAC or the Crown Indigenous Relations, when modern treaty implementation is a whole of government, just the same as treaty negotiations. It's a whole of government. It's not one department, it's not one ministry. It takes the entire government, both federally and provincially, to be able to implement a modern treaty. So that's a pretty important signal from Ottawa with regards to how important their treaty relationships are. I know it's not been that case for some over the last number of years, but they're really committed to trying to rebuild their relationships with their modern treaty partners. So the recognition and reconciliation of rights policy for treaty negotiations, as we call the RRR policy, that was the first collaboratively developed policy between Canada, BC, and First Nations here in the negotiations process. And what that has done is taken place of the comprehensive claims policy and the inherent rights policy. I think some of the most tremendous shifts out of that policy is the fact that extinguishment, or the whole notion of cede, release, surrender, is no longer on the table for negotiations. Yeah, we continue to exist. I'm not even as sure where this whole notion of extinguishment ever came from, other than the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius. But that's a tremendous shift. That means that your treaty will continue to be an evolving partnership, living agreement with Canada and British Columbia. And if for some reason down the road there's things that need to be changed or re-looked at, there's a process inside the treaty that you will be able to do that. I think some of the other notable shifts is the fact that mandates are being co-developed. That means Canada and BC and First Nations in negotiations are working together versus the Crown coming with a one-size-fits-all, take it or leave it approach. I think that's a significant shift. I also want to share that we know that we have United Nations Declaration, the Rights of Indigenous Peoples legislation, both provincially and federally. And what's come out of that for modern treaty nations is a shared priorities framework. So the modern treaty nations in BC have worked with British Columbia to develop a shared priority. What does it look like for them to implement the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples through their treaty? I also wanted to mention that we have changes in the Section 87 taxation policy. And I know that this issue has always been a lightning rod for communities. The federal government announced that the Section 87, or the tax exemption policy, will remain in effect. It's up to each nation to determine, do they want to sort of transition out of Section 87 or keep Section 87? And I'm going to say that that'll be a discussion for you as citizens, for your leadership, for your treaty negotiation teams, but that's excellent. And then coupled with that, the provincial taxation announcements and legislative changes came down after Section 87. And so with that, the province is matching Section 87 and allowing nations to be able to decide when and if and how they will implement the provincial taxation. And I wanted to share that the legislative amendments that I'm talking about is Tsq'escen Nation went back to the legislature after these taxation announcements were made and amended their treaty so that their members are no longer taxed when they are working and shopping on reserve lands or former reserve lands, not just within their territory, but every other territory. And other nations are looking at implementing similar legislative amendments. So that's actually quite a huge, huge shift when it comes to the innovations, and it was through the RRR policy that those innovations were able to come to fruition. And the other part is, again, looking at both the federal and provincial Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the legislation, and the Declaration Action Plan. So both provincial government has an action plan, the federal government now has an action plan. And so I think it's important to note that through treaty negotiations, you're already implementing the Declaration. You're building that capacity to implement the Declaration. Just wanted to share some of your milestones, although I know that there was some discussions earlier from your leaders, but I thought it would be helpful from our perspective to share, again, some really key changes and milestones that have been met this year. And I think this is really, and again, look at some of the beautiful imagery. So again, looking at the Premier's Award for the first of, the ranch agreement, I have to say that was extremely innovative, looking at how the province and your communities have worked together to come up with a way that they can continue to work together, but continue to work with ranchers. But you should be really proud of the fact that you've actually, won the regional impact of the BC Premier's Award for the first of its kind. I think that in itself is innovative. You should be very proud of the work that has been accomplished here. Moving forward, paying off mortgages and taking steps towards a new triplex. Again, dealing with some of the, we know, outstanding, long-standing issues when it comes to housing. Another incredible milestone. Look at the treaty chapters that are nearing completion. So you have local governments, general provisions, ratification, transitions, education, parks and protected areas. We talked about children and family wellness, so clearly that is a priority. Fish and dispute resolution. We know fish is really important as well. And then you've completed implementation, justice, and land and title. You should be really proud of your negotiation team, your leadership, but also the citizens, knowing there's momentum. You are a highly advanced negotiation table, and I know that there's committed resources from both Canada and BC, but it's part of our job and our role as the independent body to continue to make sure we push the parties forward to make progress and ensure that there is progress, and you can see that there is progress here. So you really give yourselves a pat on the back and a round of applause for doing this really heavy, hard lifting. Yes, yes. Some other incredible milestones. So you built and are working towards a language proficiency program. Again, for someone that doesn't speak their language, that's an amazing opportunity to continue to strengthen and revive and teach and train, but also it provides that context of other people might be interested in learning your language. And I think that's incredibly important. Again, language, place names, grounds us to our territories, grounds us with who we are. And at the leadership gathering, during the meeting, there was a commitment with Honourable Rankin. It's unfortunate that both ministers weren't able to attend. However, that you have a timeline committed to, and that you are an advanced negotiations table, and we'll continue to push for that advancement to commit to moving forward and ensuring that your negotiations come to a close. You have an umbrella agreement here. Another successful milestone that has been reached, looking at 7,800 hectares of ranch lands being returned, which is up to $2.25 million in current livestock and equipment. You get grant funding to assist in the operational costs, as well as $600,000 to purchase additional assets. And again, it's another innovative approach to addressing the issues on the ground and ensuring that you continue to have a say in your territory, in the economic development of your territory, and through innovative processes. But it's about coming together and exploring those options and those opportunities to advance reconciliation. And there you go. So I just wanted to share some of the updates that we've noticed and we have noted, and the tremendous amount of work that you all have done. And I wanted to say, Tsq'escen, thank you.
Tsq'escen, Celeste, Haldane, Pendesit, Tsq'escen.
Our thanks to Celeste Haldane, our provincial treaty champion, for her wisdom and talent for being here today.
Week Stocolultmentum Pien Desquentwin, Mat Metal Nakut Tsq'escen Canim, Alma Qunamkt Tsq'escen, Alma Scheptequelmentals and Enensis.
That concludes our presentations for this morning. We'll be taking a 1-hour lunch break, and during that time, drawing for prizes and making other special presentations.
Lim Tsq'escen mentals, la Secwepemcstin as Quilal has clued Salm Qulum Hui discocludes as Qelmucw Pin de Seat a Hukumit a Chichlum disclude Mat Qelmucw as Chmalkt Tsq'escen Dali Walam Tsq'escen at me as Canim Chachwaid as Canim Mat Chuchmintum as Lachaiach Tsq'escen de Secwepemc nes Beluch Mchulachum as Stietemch na 2023 Danikka Murphy.
Drawing from a long history of storytelling, the Secwepemc reliance on language and memory created a large, complex language. Today, that language is still in the process of restoration. For children, the storyteller passes on that language to a young mind that's ready to soak up everything they hear. The 2023 NStQ Citizens Assembly proudly presents our Secwepemc storyteller. Ladies and gentlemen, Danikka Murphy.
Okie dokie. Okay, wait, wide up. Let us to get geach. Cayusas Danikka and Qelmucw, Danikka Murphy and Tsq'escen. Dat lacho Qelmucw Tsq'escen. Ellachom twin na yucht. Tsq'escen de beschachla mel sama. Elkstwin na School District 27. Secwepemcstin Qelmucw. Ellachol Community Cultural Assistant. Dik dus des Qepken Wouwen des Secwepemcstin. Yay! En Kia Jean William, de Tlachel Tsq'escen, Ling Baa Wilfred William Lute, de Hanikodin Tsq'escen. En Kikacha Sheila Williams, de Tlachel Hanikodin Tsq'escen, Ling Gakacha Ken Murphy Lute, de Toronto Tsq'escen. De Q'escen Stememalt, Tsq'escen Reet, Jericho Shepherd Carlaya. Yeah, Xat'sull, Yuritz. So hello everyone. I'm glad you all made it here safely. My Indian names are Cayuse and Danikka, and my name is Danikka Murphy. I come from Williams Lake First Nation in Nemai Valley, and right now I live in Williams Lake. I am half Chilcotin, half Sema. I work with the school district as a Shuswap language teacher, and I also work with Williams Lake First Nation as the community cultural assistant, and I'm always learning the Shuswap language. My grandma is Jean William, and she comes from Williams Lake First Nation. My late grandfather is Wilfred William from Nemai Valley. My mother is Sheila Williams, and she comes from Williams Lake First Nation and Nemai Valley. And my late father is Ken Murphy, and he comes from Toronto. I have 3 children, and their names are Jericho, Shepherd, and Carlaya. And I want to thank you all. Yuritz. Yay! So I come here today to do some Tsq'escen with you all, some stories. And since I've started learning language, the stories are what made me want to keep learning and keep coming back. So I fell in love with all the characters, with all the stories, all the morals you learn with them. And yeah, I thought I'd share one before we break off for lunch. So my first story up today is Tsq'escen, so eagle and turtle. And I hope you enjoy. Let's get started. Oh, where's my words? We're getting this straightened out. I love the artwork that came up with these. I started learning these with my Caesar, Uncle Cody, and he made it so much fun. I seem to be missing a first slide, but I'll just say it. So, Chwenta'ui Tsq'escen. Eagle was very fast. He raced all the animal people and beat them. So turtle lived with muskrat. Oh, there they are. Tsq'escen is so cute. They were still free because they did not yet race eagle. There's Tsq'escen. Oh, Tsq'escen. So one night turtle dreamt. Juntum destem dumens. Met taes Tsq'escen a bachiaudes lucht Tsq'escen. His dream told him that you will save the animal people by racing eagle. Tsq'escen juntum Tsq'escen met taesgen. So turtle told eagle, I'm going to race you. Tsq'escen. All right, eagle said. If you win, all the people are yours. Yachmach at a Tsq'escen Tsq'escen. But if I beat you, turtle, here I will always keep you. Oh, Anna. Tsq'escen, amet uluchwamcha, Tsq'escen. Eagle said, name your place, turtle. Oh. At Lri, Msawans was Tsq'escen. Anywhere, turtle asked him. Oh, butat Tsq'escen. Anywhere, said eagle. Oh, then carry me up in the air. From there we will race. Tsq'escen. Eagle took turtle up in the air. Juntum Tsq'escen. Turtle told him, let me go. Tsq'escen. He was let go by eagle. Eagle tried to catch up to him. Then turtle hit the ground like a rock. Turtle stood up and told the animal people, when Jetra Wakukbi, I am chief. You are all free. Xat'sull. Oh, that's awesome. That is my stepdek for you guys before lunch. I don't know what we're doing now. That's my story. Xat'sull. I left the clicker there. Is that good?
Tsq'escen, Danikka.
Thank you, Danikka.
Weekt as Tsq'escen mentem, pien Tsq'escen, mat meselkt, na koot Tsq'escwes, as Qelmucw, as ma Qelmucw, as Tsq'escen, as ma Secwepemc announces.
That concludes the presentations for this morning. We will be taking a 1-hour lunch break, and during that time, drawing for prizes and sharing more shoe swap stories later on.
Qelmucw Tsq'escen ma Qelmucw na Tsq'escen as ma Tsq'escen Joel West Corday as George Leach.
A reminder that tonight's banquet begins at 5:30, and the entertainment tonight features First Nation artists Joel West and George Leach.
Tsq'escen chochwai Tsq'escen Tsq'escen as wawa'achwit pien de Sitkt ma Tsq'escen as Qelmucw ma Hennes Qelmucw Qnucwentia as Tsq'escen as Tsq'escen.
We are grateful to have so many people that have traveled to be here for today's event. The lunch will be served in just a few minutes. And once again, we ask for everyone's help to make sure that elders are served first.
Pien Chwenta Mike Archie as Quinchichtels as Qelmucw.
Now we'd like to call upon Mike Archie to help us thank the Creator for the meal.
Hello, good afternoon. Tsq'escen. The Quinchine is a Quinchine. It's like to sing part of a song, and comes from my mother's winter dance song, and it's honoring the medicines that we use and that help nurture us and feed us and look after us in a good way, and pray for the food that's gonna bless our bodies and mind, body, and spirit, and to gather together here in the land like this, and hey-yo, 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 he, hey-yo, 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 he, hey-yo, 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 he. Hey-yo, 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 he, hey-yo, 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 he, hey-yo, 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 he. It's like to ask the Creator to bless the food that we're about to receive, and do the cooks that prepared the meal so that we can nurture our mind, body, and spirit in a good way, and ask for safety of our gathering here today, and thank you for everything that we have, the air that we breathe and water we drink, Creator, and our relatives and friends here. Tsq'escen, all my relations.
Tsq'escen Mike Archie is Quinchine pien Tsq'escen ma Qelmucw ma wa'achwas a Qnucwen as Qnucwen Penhennes.
Many thanks to Mike Archie for offering that prayer of thanks. Please, for all the elders who are able to go for lunch, and for those that may need assistance, there will be someone around to help you in just a moment. So we're asking that the elders to help themselves for lunch, And if you require assistance, please just raise your hand and someone will come and help you right away. Qelmucw.
Okay. Ma Quilil Hoichum Epenhennis. We will begin again shortly. I just wanted to say I've been asked about my outfit today quite a few times. So I just wanted to acknowledge the makers of what I'm wearing today. The hat was actually purchased through my mother, Angela Peters. She owns a company called Yahoop or Strong Spirit. You can find her on Facebook. My earrings were made, Coolins, Kipena. My earrings and necklace were made by Harmony Seymour, Qelmucw. The shirt that I'm wearing, it says, Indigenous motherhood is powerful. And this shirt was made by 4 Generations Creations, Ashley Michelle, Qelmucw. She's also from Kamloops. And my skirt was made by Shannon Gottfredson, Qelmucw. While we are waiting, I also wanted to announce that we are having our 2nd annual Secwepemcstin conference, November 3rd to 5th. And that is the weekend following the Elders Gathering happening in Edmonton, I believe. Qelmucw, Secwepemc, NSTC, NSTS, Tsq'escen, Slachayens, Elks, Senkukbi, Tsq'escen, Kenneth Bateman.
The Northern Shuswap Tribal Council and Northern Shuswap Treaty Society would like to introduce our Chief Negotiator, Kenneth Bateman.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation to come and report to you how things are progressing in the treaty process. Let me provide a little bit of context. The treaty process has been underway for more than 25 years. That is a very long time. There is a silver lining to this cloud, which has frustrated all of us sometimes. NStQ, its citizens, the leadership, the chiefs, council, have been very clear that they are interested in an arrangement that will move the communities forward in a very real way and put away the history of poverty, lack of opportunity, interference, and prescriptive behavior. Leadership and the citizens have said to the 2 governments, Canada and British Columbia, we want to move forward. We have a better future planned for our children, our grandchildren, and many generations to come. We also understand that we need to have the right conversation together to allow that to happen. Canada and BC said for many years that they agreed. In reality, they were not speaking the complete truth in that they did not share with us the same vision and willingness to be partners, to be fair, to recognize what is already and has always been NStQ's future. But that has changed in the last 3 or 4 years in a very positive way. The Prime Minister, the Premier of British Columbia, as top-down leaders have said, enough. This needs to change. We need to actually work together in strong and positive ways. And they have begun to change laws to make that possible. They have passed policies to make that possible. They have put more resources at the table and are making commitments that they have never made before. In fact, had a treaty been negotiated years ago, you would not have the opportunities that are here now. But the time is here to complete this work. We have set with leadership's input and support a 4-year target, and we believe we're on track. In fact, we're moving toward the 3rd year, meaning 3 years or slightly more until this work is finished. What's allowing this to happen is a new approach. The new approach is that we must have a more streamlined, a simpler approach. And I'm going to share an example of what that looks like. But for the moment, we will talk about this new approach, and that is an approach that you, through the treaty team, are leading. This is a new approach to treaty. It's very simple, and it's the message that leadership and citizens have given for many years, and that is, you are not giving us anything that we don't already own. The attitude and the tone was, well, we'll give you a little bit, and then you'll need to make yourself happy and successful. NStQ has said, that's not a correct message. We have always had our own jurisdiction, inherent jurisdiction, which means it's always been there. It was there before Europeans came. It was there while they were here, even though many rights were taken away or interfered with. But that it is always there, and it cannot be taken away, it cannot be sliced up, and it cannot be decided by a federal or a provincial government. It's decided by NStQ. The new approach is that in the document, which sometimes is referred to as the treaty document, there's an acknowledgement that says, you're right, NStQ does have inherent jurisdiction. They do have and has always had pre-existing rights in all areas of your community, in your families, in your ways. The new approach with this kind of acknowledgement is a new and powerful way for us to move forward, for NStQ to move forward. Why it's powerful is that you are able to take the successful laws, practices, values, and traditions that have been Secwepemc for thousands of years, and they become the way in which a negotiated treaty will look. It will be based not on Western laws and government policies and principles, but instead based on Secwepemc laws. That is a very, very new idea to government. And NStQ is leading that conversation and what that looks like. About 6 weeks ago, we were in a negotiation meeting in Vancouver. We stopped the meeting and said, you know, we need a different approach. We will never complete this work in the 3 years that we now have. We'll never complete it in 30 years if we continue the way we are. And then we made a proposal, and both the federal and the provincial government negotiators said, we like it. It makes sense. It looks like to us, and it feels like to us, this is the path to move forward. And so it's a very simplified approach and language that we all understand and statements that are powerful and meaningful. What the new approach does is it acknowledges that Secwepemc laws, traditions, and practices are the basis for a treaty. It's the way in which an agreement will be written. And it will no longer be something that looks and feels like what a Western group of lawyers would develop. The approach is new and it's innovative. We decided as a treaty team that we would show you what a new chapter looks like and how quickly it can be developed. If you could pull up the next presentation, I'm going to walk us through what the treaty team it will be presenting to the federal and provincial government. It might be a little bit hard to read. I didn't realize it'd be quite that small, but I'll walk us through it. Instead of pages and pages and pages of writing, the entire chapter on jurisdiction and self-government is 18 sentences, and every sentence makes sense. The first sentence is a clear statement of what NStQ has always known and stated, and that is NStQ has inherent jurisdiction over self-government. You get to decide, no one else. The second statement is self-government, this right to direct and control and decide what everything looks like, has always pre-existed. It's always been there as an Aboriginal right. In fact, it's under Section 35 of the Constitution Act. That's a very significant acknowledgement by government. What it means is the government can never pass any law, they cannot create any policy that would either remove or change what your laws are. No one else has ever had that kind of protection. And with the simplified approach in 2 sentences, the 2 most important principles of self-government for NStQ are established, in some ways once and for all, because of where they are stated. The third sentence, NStQ has a pre-existing authority to make its own laws with respect to lands, water, and the protection and wellness of its citizens. You get to decide what all of those laws are. This fourth sentence, NStQ laws are based on traditional Secwepemc laws and practices. It may also incorporate federal and provincial laws if that is what NStQ decides. There are modern benefits of certain laws and regulations that help any society and community move forward, particularly in a modern world. NStQ recognizes that. And so where it suits NStQ to say, we think at this point in time, we are better off using some of those laws and some of those regulations, then NStQ can make that decision. But you make the decision, whereas before, Canada and BC said, we're going to tell you which laws, and there were many. But now with the new approach, you will decide on that. And you're not stuck with them. You may use some for a few years because it works better for you. You may use some for many years because it works better for you. But you as citizens, with a government that you elect, an NStQ government, you will decide what laws and for how long and in what ways you will apply them, or if you will prefer to use your own Secwepemc laws. The fifth sentence, NStQ laws will evolve and change over time according to the will of its citizens. It makes sense that things change. Our grandparents' generation was different than our generation. Our children's generation is different than ours, and the needs and the challenges and the requirements change with each generation. And so the laws that are used and how they are used also needs to change in smooth and good ways, but they do need to change. And so this acknowledges that there will be a change, but those changes are according to the will of all of you who are here. And the next generation, they will decide what that might look like. A really important thing in a society for safety and protection of everyone is that they know what the laws are and they don't change in secrecy. And so sentence number 6 says that NStQ will maintain a record of its laws in a public place where NStQ citizens can obtain a copy and review and learn about NStQ laws. That protects everyone when there are no laws made in secret. That's the success of a democratic society. And I believe that for thousands of years, everything was done by consensus and discussion. And this allows that to occur and you to have the confidence and the security that these laws will be very transparent. The 7th sentence is, the laws will be available in English and in Secwepemcstin. So they're in both languages. One is to respect and celebrate the cultural language and cultural importance of your communities. It's also to acknowledge that these will be in both languages so that everyone also has access to clear, simple language. Next slide. The 8th statement is that NStQ, all of you, will develop constitutions. A constitution is a really important document. It's what creates acknowledgement by other governments that you are indeed a legitimate government. The important thing is that the constitution or constitutions that you will develop will be your own. You will decide what's in them, not a lawyer from a law school in British Columbia. It might be your own lawyers, it might be lawyers who take your instructions, but they will be your constitution. The constitutions that will be created will be for the protection and the welfare of its people, of all of you. It's very simple to understand that that's what will be in there. Number 10, the constitutions will come into effect when they are ratified by the citizens. It means that the constitutions that I'm talking about will be drafted, but you will vote. You will say, we agree and we support and we want it to now become official way in which our laws are created and protected. The new approach is that there are no steps that occur without your involvement, your suggestions, your thinking, your experience, your wisdom, and most importantly, your consent. And so the Constitution will be voted on by all of you a few months before the actual treaty is voted on. Number 11, the Constitution will set out the NStQ government. Rights, their powers, privileges, authorities, and how it will carry out its duties, functions, and obligations. You will decide what will your government look like. That work is not quite finished, and there's some important conversation going on, and there'll be some announcements tomorrow at the breakfast about how we want to involve everyone in deciding what is the best government that you want to have for your communities and together as NStQ. The important thing is that you will decide what is the authority that your governments have so that you know that your health, wellness, and protection is always guaranteed. Number 12, the Constitution will provide for things such as how will leaders be appointed to that government? What will be the process for appointment so that there's always transparency? And what will their duties be? And the other details that always are associated with people who serve as leaders at the will of the people. Number 13, NStQ citizens will decide the form of government they will uphold. and that's a process, as I just explained, is happening. You will decide what is that government, and when you decide and you vote in favor, you will have indicated we uphold that government, and then it will become accountable to the people. Number 14, the government structure is set out in Appendix blank. That part hasn't been developed yet, but it'll be part of the main agreement, and you'll have a chance to look at it and make sure it's transparent, it's fair, it's exactly what you want for yourself, for your family, and for your future generations. Number 15, the NStQ nation will operate through their government. Governments operate because they bring order and structure to a group. But what we are stating here is that you will create the government you want, you will appoint the government you want, and then you will expect them to operate in a way that will advance your interests and your future generations. Last slide. Number 16, the NST government will operate at all times within the Constitution. It means that you won't have a government, as we see in some worlds, that just ignore the laws. They ignore their Constitution and they do things that the people don't want. That will never happen when you put in place what is now being negotiated, and that will be that a government can never change the rules, not without the people directing and voting that there may be some refinements that are needed. Number 17, individuals who are not NStQ citizens will be bound by your laws on your lands. And that's another strong indication of a complete government who have self-determined and exist. Number 18 just gives a little bit of an understanding that says the Constitution, other laws that are written, and the Qelmucw agreement, which is the treaty agreement, will address things such as elections, marriage, education, community, public conduct, parks and shared spaces, infrastructure, and anything else that you feel needs to be put down so that there's clarity. This is a significant shift in the whole treaty process. I hope you have a feeling that in 18 sentences, everything that needs to be said has been said. There's no confusion. There's not so many words that people aren't sure what is there. Is there more detail? Yes. And the detail occurs either in an appendix, meaning a piece that's attached to the document, but those are the how do the things get done, not what is to be done. This is the what part. And the other are some of the operational details. You'll have a chance to look at all of those. But when they start getting mixed up with the fundamentals, a document becomes confusing. It becomes hard to read and understand. And this new approach is to say, stop the confusion and separate them so that they are simple. The process that is now unfolding will accelerate, and we need and want your input. We do not want anything to be in this document that does not reflect what you honestly think, what you feel, what's important. The treaty team will begin meeting more often. You'll recall that last year we met on 4 separate occasions where we took a week at a time and we went into the communities, and we met with many of you. We'd like to see more of you. And we hope that with this more simplified process and more powerful process, that you will have an interest to come and share your thinking. It's mostly about your common sense. What makes sense? What makes sense is usually what's right. And so we, in this process, believe that in the next 3 years, we can complete all of the work of the treaty document itself. When you see how simple this example is, I hope it makes sense. I hope it makes you a little bit excited to say, we can do this, and we can own this, we can create this, because that really is the true statement. So that's our report today to you of what's different, what's new, what's powerful, and what's innovative, and what we need you to help us continue to complete. Tomorrow there'll be a breakfast announcement talking a little bit more of how we will gather together and new ways in which we will meet and hear what you have to say and also celebrate culture together. So we hope you'll join us tomorrow to learn even more of the details at the breakfast. Thank you.
Tsq'escen. Ma'chuchmintim epin Hennis, SNCFN sa BC, Mark Lofthouse, Qelmucw sa Stalchnims, SNCFN, Premier of the Province, SNCFN David Eby.
We will be joining the Chief Negotiator for the Province of BC, Mark Lofthouse, in just a moment. But first, here is a message from the Premier of the Province of British Columbia, the Honourable David Eby.
Premier David Eby here. I'm speaking to you from the shared territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsq'escen peoples. I wish I was able to join you today on your beautiful territory for a celebration of your language, culture, and a discussion of the important work ahead. I want you to know that the North Shuswap Tribal Council has a strong partner in our government. We're committed to advancing reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. We're focused on implementing the UN Declaration together. As we move forward, our work together will be based on a true partnership between our governments. I look forward to continuing this journey with you. While I may be far away physically, all of you in the 4 NStQ nations are on my mind. I send you my best wishes for a productive and successful Citizens' Assembly. Thank you.
Pim Ma'chuchmintim SNCFN sa Coupernemans na BC, Mark Lofthouse.
Now would you please welcome the Chief Negotiator for the Province of British Columbia, Mr. Mark Lofthouse.
Good afternoon. I hope everyone can hear me okay. It is an honor to join you today at the 2023 NStQ Citizens Assembly. My name is Mark Lofthouse. I am the Provincial Chief Negotiator with the Ministry of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today in your territory. Instead, I'm joining you from the territory of the Lekwungen-speaking people, the Secwepemc and Songhees First Nations. Thank you for inviting me to participate in this important event. Premier David Eby and the Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, the Honourable Murray Rankin, both send their regrets for today's event. I know that the Premier just gave you a video, but they have sent a message of support to you today. And I'm pleased to read that message. I think my support is going to put that on the screen. There it is. So I'm going to read out that message, and then I'll just do a brief presentation on where we are on the treaty side. This is a message of support from the Premier and from Minister Murray Rankin, my minister. As Premier of British Columbia and Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation, it's a joint message. We extend our warmest greetings to everyone attending the Northern Secwepemc Citizens Assembly and would like to thank the Northern Shuswap Tribal Council or Tribal Society for the invitation. Regrettably, neither of us are able to be there in person to see all of you and experience your beautiful territories. We have come together to discuss an important topic, the restoration of language and traditional practice. These are key aspects of preserving the culture for Williams Lake First Nation, Canim Lake Band, Xat'sull First Nation, and Secwepemc First Nation community members. Our government highly values the revitalization of First Nations heritage, languages, and cultures and arts as an essential aspect of reconciliation. We have personally witnessed the profound role that Indigenous languages play in preserving knowledge and history. They also address systematic social challenges and foster connections between people, community, land, and culture. We are deeply committed to advancing the reconciliation in BC and take great pride in our partnership with the NStQ members. In 2022, we achieved historic acts of reconciliation by acquiring 3 ranches in the region, returning the land to NStQ nations as part of treaty negotiations. Since 2020, we have purchased over 10,000 hectares of ranch land, including the Xat'sull Mountain Ranch, the Cabbage Patch Ranch, Bridge Creek Ranch, and BC Cattle Company Ranch, to support the path towards treaty with NStQ. These purchases, we hope, demonstrate that through cooperation and collaboration with key partners, we can find innovative solutions to continue moving forward with our critical reconciliation work. Furthermore, our government eagerly anticipates the ongoing transfer of important incremental treaty agreement lands to NStQ nations. We are committed to advancing treaty negotiations and strengthening our government-to-government partnerships. We wish you a meaningful and productive time at the Assembly and look forward to the opportunity to see you again soon. Signed by David Eby, the Honourable David Eby, Premier of British Columbia, and the Honourable Murray Rankin, Minister of Indigenous Relations and Reconciliation. So that's a joint address from, if you like, my 2 bosses, and I hope that resonates well. There'll obviously be copies of that there for you. So I think we'll go on to my presentation of the slides. So I'd just like to talk a little bit about treaty negotiations and where we've been. As you know, the NStQ, BC, and Canada began modern-day treaty negotiations in 1993. That's a long time ago. I think Ken said it's gone on a long time, and perhaps too long. Treaty negotiations are a long and complex process. We know that. Treaties are an important pathway to meaningful reconciliation. We believe they support strong, healthy, thriving communities that that benefit people today and for generations to come. The treaty will ensure NStQ First Nations have the lands, resources, and authorities that support self-government, self-determination, and strong government-to-government relationships. To accomplish this, representatives from NStQ, BC, and Canada meet regularly to discuss topics such as lands, resources such as fish, wildlife, forestry, governance, children and family, fiscal relations, amongst other topics. My ministry works closely with other provincial agencies and stakeholders to work on the issues around existing laws, tenures, and overlapping jurisdictions, and deliver on the interest that NStQ identifies at the table. And you've certainly got some good proponents outlining your interest at the table in terms of your treaty team. On the land side, a treaty agreement will bring certainty to lands and resource rights, ensure that all communities benefit from the lands and resources that are in your territory. We continue to work to transfer lands from incremental treaty agreements in advance of a treaty agreement. These lands will transfer directly to the nations so that your communities can receive treaty-related benefits while negotiations are underway. As mentioned in the Premier and Minister Rankin's letter, it highlighted the historic ranch purchases for NStQ negotiations, treaty negotiations, and the importance of the return of land to your communities. This was a long process for us. It took us about 4 years to accomplish. Last year was especially busy in that process for ranch purchases. 3 ranches were purchased in the last 4 months of 2022, which is a bit of a record for government. It's not easy to get those kind of purchases through that quickly. The nations own the cattle and equipment and manage the ranches. The province provides first-year operating costs as the nations settle into ranch operations. And these ranch lands will form part of the eventual NStQ treaty. We were asked for many years to get active in the ranching side, and it took us a bit of time to get moving, but we got there, and we're quite proud of what we were able to accomplish in conjunction with the NStQ nations. These ranches purchases provide opportunities for economic development for the community, centered around land that has great significance, we hope, to NStQ. This is the first time where the province has purchased ranches for treaty negotiations. There was a bit of a learning curve for us. We weren't too knowledgeable on how to purchase ranches. And it shows an example of innovative solutions and pathways to reconciliation. So we think it was a pretty good year for us for all of us on the ranching side. UNDRIP, as you know, the province, United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. As you know, the province passed the Provincial Declaration Act in 2019. We have made important progress in the implementation of the Declaration Act over the past year. In March 2022, the province released the Declaration Act Action Plan, which includes 89 priority actions to implement the Declaration Act over the next 5 years. Section 3 of the Declaration Act requires that BC align its laws with the UN Declaration. To support this work, the province established a Declaration Act Secretariat, an independent office created to coordinate and assist cross-government to ensure provincial laws align with the UN Declaration. The Secretariat is led by Deputy Minister Jessica Wood, who is the first Indigenous person to serve as a Deputy Minister with the province. The province recently announced funding for the Declaration Act Engagement Fund to support First Nations involvement in efforts to implement the Declaration Act Action Plan and align provincial laws with the UN Declaration. So we think between the UNDRIP legislation and our work on treaty, we think we're making some fairly significant pathways forward, and we hope that all of this translates into a very prosperous and future for the NStQ First Nations. So in closing, the province is committed to open up new paths to reconciliation and strengthen its long-standing relationship with NStQ. True reconciliation takes time, we know that, and commitment from all parties. We have shown examples of strong partnerships and successes this year that we can build on as we move forward towards a treaty agreement. I want to congratulate your team, your negotiations team led by Kenneth Bateman and a number from each of the First Nations. They've been very good proponents for the NStQ, and they certainly bring up your concerns and issues, and quite frankly have been instrumental in moving us forward. It's a very productive approach that they take at the table. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me, anyone on my team, or your chief negotiator, of course, Kenneth Bateman. My thanks to Ken for his patience and his perseverance over the past year. It hasn't been easy to get this kind of work done. We'll make sure that my team follows up with you if you have any questions. I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to speak here. I hope that in a subsequent one, if I'm invited back, that I can be there in person and meet many of you face to face instead of just on the computer screen. And it's been a real pleasure to talk to you today. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Tsq'escen, Mr. Lofthouse. Pim matchuchminta masin cookpista coopermenta Qelmucw, Gavin Finch.
Our thanks to Mark Lofthouse. And now the Chief Negotiator for the Government of Canada joins us by phone. Please welcome Gavin Fitch.
Well, hello. By telephone, this is obviously not the most ideal way to be speaking with everyone today, and I apologize for that. But I am pleased to be able to bring greetings from the Minister of Crown, Indigenous Relations, and Northern Affairs Canada, the Honourable Mark Miller. I can tell you that since taking office as Minister, Minister Miller has demonstrated an interest in the NStQ negotiation. In fact, in his first press release after becoming Minister, He congratulated Xat'sull First Nation and the government of BC on the transfer of land near Blue Lake as part of the treaty process. And of course, just over a year ago, Minister Miller, Prime Minister Trudeau visited Williams Lake to support healing for those impacted by the St. Joseph's Mission Residential School. And additionally, Minister Miller visited a 108-mile ranch to announce funding for the Northern Secwepemc Cultural Society Center. And I understand you guys are making progress on the construction of that project. So it is unfortunate that Minister Miller had a previous commitment today, and he does send his regrets for not being able to participate in your Citizens Assembly for 2023. However, on the Minister's behalf, I am honored to be able to participate, I think for the third or fourth time in your Citizens Assembly this year being held at 100 Mile House. And I understand that there are NStQ leadership, elders, youth, and community members gathered together in 100 Mile House in celebration of Secwepemc language, culture, and traditional practices. So good on you. And I would like to acknowledge, firstly, the dedication of your NStQ treaty team, including your Chief Negotiator, Kenneth Bateman, in working so hard on behalf of the Northern Secwepemc communities. And I would like also to acknowledge my provincial counterpart, BC Chief Negotiator Mark Lofthouse. And I can assure everyone that the federal government is committed to working collaboratively with NStQ and BC to move negotiations forward to negotiate a treaty that meets your community's needs. So we understand that that means a treaty that will achieve a lasting and meaningful arrangement in which your vision of nationhood and self-determination is realized. And my understanding is there are some issues of particular importance to your communities, and these include land, of course, but also acknowledgement of inherent jurisdiction, implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, working together to develop a fisheries co-mandate, and of course, protecting and fostering the health and wellness of your children, families. These are all important issues, and Canada truly believes that we can work through all of them in ways that will respect everyone's needs and interests, and most particularly the needs and interests of the NStQ communities. I just want to talk about a couple of federal initiatives, and the first relates to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. As you know, the UNDRIP Act came into force in Canada in 2021, and Canada has worked and continues to work with partners to develop a draft action plan to implement the Act, and this was released in March of this year. The action plan is meant to serve as a basis for further dialogue with our Indigenous partners. The plan is only part of the broader effort to ensure that laws, policies, and programs are consistent with Canada's commitment under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Another federal initiative I'd like to just speak briefly about is the Collaborative Modern Treaty Implementation Policy. So essentially, the federal government is continually working to improve modern treaty implementation to ensure that Canada is coming to the table in good faith. This February of 2023, we announced the Collaborative Modern Treaty Implementation Policy, which is intended to support the full, effective, and timely implementation of all current and future modern treaties in Canada including, of course, a future NStQ treaty. This policy will support a systemic shift in institutional culture that will guide federal officials in upholding the spirit and intent of modern treaties. So in closing, the federal government is committed to working together in the spirit of partnership with NStQ and with BC now and into the future, achieving a meaningful and lasting treaty that reflects Secwepemc culture, priorities, and a strong future for your future generations is a priority of great importance to Canada. Qelmucw, thank you very much.
Councilor Gavin Tsq'escen Secwepemcstin, Matt Mr. Bateman, Mr. Lofthouse, Mr. Fitch, Matt Towenman, na smallch, as na tluchtli, ben hen na le depths.
Our thanks to Gavin for taking the time to make a presentation during this very important phase of the treaty process. For members who may have direct questions for either Mr. Bateman, Mr. Lofthouse, or Mr. Fitch, the treaty team managers would be grateful for the opportunity to pass those questions along to our presenters. You can visit them during the next break for sure and throughout the assembly at the treaty team table.
Qelmucw Stq'escen, pin de sit, ma chusect, nach Qelmucw, Nispelulk Qelmucw, Xat'sull, ma Tq'lutnum, nachat means NStQ, elkst yi Stq'escen hui de swocht, yi ana Xat'sull Stq'escen.
Our time spent following a trail this afternoon takes us to the Williams Lake First Nation territory. Through the Citizens' Assembly, we will be presenting the NStQ Treaty Champions, who have worked on this agreement through many years. Here's the first of our presentations. Each of the 4 Northern Secwepemc nations is blessed to have outstanding individuals that have worked for many years to sign an agreement with British Columbia and Canada. The Williams Lake First Nation has been fortunate to have Chris Wycott working as a self-government director and negotiator at the main table. With a vast and varied experience, Chris has been relied upon for his knowledge of history and traditional practice. In 1993, Chris was asked to lead the historical research for the Williams Lake Band to support the treaty process. It was during research at the Provincial Archives that Chris was able to uncover evidence that the original village lands of the Williams Lake Band were taken illegally. Chris has always credited the treaty process for being the vehicle that uncovered evidence for this claim. Currently in his 15th year as Councilor for the Williams Lake First Nation, would you please welcome the first of our 4 NStQ Treaty Champions, Chris Wycott.
Chris Wycott runs Tsq'escen. I'm the Director of Self-Government for the Williams Lake First Nation. I've been involved in this process since 1993. I started out as a researcher for Williams Lake First Nation, and then I started doing research for NStQ Treaty Team. The core strength I bring to the team is that I'm Secwepemc. I've also have a post-secondary education in history and political science. I also have a good working knowledge of case law as it relates to title and rights. The role that I play on the NStQ team is that I lead in various chapter development, including fish, wildlife, gathering, migratory birds, environmental management, and protected areas. My interest in this negotiation is that we need to focus on the future and the well-being of our people. The agreement must fully and completely recognize our inherent rights, including our laws, our language, and our jurisdiction. The agreement must also return a fair share of our land so that we can sustain ourselves economically and to protect the future of our culture. The agreement must also ensure that the programs and services are enhanced to improve the quality of life and the standard of living for our members. Why do I support this process? I know this is the only process that allows us to negotiate interests throughout our whole territory. There are other options, but they are limited. For example, the recognition of Indigenous rights and self-determination option only brings Canada to the table and allows us to only negotiate interests on reserved lands. The courts are too costly and too risky. The constitutional division of powers dictate that both Canada and BC have to be at the table if we want to negotiate a comprehensive agreement. On the one hand, Canada holds jurisdiction over lawmaking authority and governance, while BC holds jurisdiction over lands and resources in BC. We have been making progress, so hopefully we'll get there soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please welcome Treaty Champion Chris Wycott.
Good afternoon. I'm really glad to see everybody here today. When I was asked to do a presentation today, I thought about it and I wondered what I could present to provide context and perspective to the work that we do. And I thought about an event in history that I thought would provide that. And it was a speech that was made by Chief Dan George in 1967. Chief Dan George, an acclaimed actor and former chief, was invited to speak at Canada's 100-year centennial celebration in Vancouver's Empire Stadium in front of 32,000 people. When he accepted the invitation, his wife urged him to write something that would be meaningful for all First Nations across Canada. After writing his speech, he was nervous and afraid of the reaction that he would receive from the people in attendance, but not knowing that he would have gotten a standing ovation. Chief Dan George didn't only create a portrait of how devastating colonialism was on our people for the first 100 years, he also provided a vision of what we needed to do to overcome those impacts. His vision was that First Nations must take back what was once ours, including our identity, our culture, our spirituality, our laws. We must use the colonizers' tools to achieve our goals for a better life by becoming politicians, lawyers, academics, and experts in all facets of life. He begins his speech by expressing sadness for all First Nations across Canada. He stated that there was a time when the forests were once ours, providing us with our food and clothing. The rivers and waters had an abundance of fish that flashed and danced in the sun. There was a time when our spirit roamed over our precious lands in freedom like the wind. But in the 100 years since the white man came, our freedom disappeared, so did the salmon. The white man's customs have smothered us so that we could no longer breathe. When we fought to protect our lands, our homes, we were called savages. When we fought to protect our lands, when we didn't welcome white man's way of life, we were called lazy. Our authority was stripped and replaced by white laws. Our history was erased and our contributions to the country marginalized. He asked Canada, what should First Nations be thankful for? Why should we celebrate? Should we be thankful for the reserves given to us, the Indian Act, the canned salmon from our rivers, for the loss of our pride and authority, the loss of our will to fight? His vision was that colonialism would fade away and become a thing of the past. Our people, like the thunderbird, will rise again out of the sea. We must take advantage of and grab the instruments of white man's success, his education, his skills, and with those new tools build our people into the proudest segment of Canadian society. We must take back our courage and restore our domination over our environment and our surroundings. We must accept the new culture and through it rise and carry on. We shall see the day when our young people and our chiefs are sitting in the houses of law and houses of government to rule and be ruled by the knowledge and the freedoms of our great land. So we shall shatter the barriers of isolation. So shall the next 100 years be the greatest in the proud history of our people. While he got a standing ovation to his speech, the next 100 years didn't start off the way Chief Dan George hoped. First Nations are still struggling to regain what was once ours, but we have made great strides and advances since 1967. At the time, Chief Dan George had nothing or very little to work with. Canada and BC were in deep denial that First Nations had any rights, let alone title to their lands. The first title and rights case, the Calder case, did not go through the courts until 1973. The Constitution was repatriated in 1982, which recognizes and affirms and protects inherent rights and title. Qelmucw was decided in 1997, along with many other court cases that have ruled in favor of First Nations. The United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, reaffirming our pre-existing inherent rights and title, was adopted and endorsed by BC and Canada just recently. We are in this process because we have a similar vision as Chief Dan George. However, we have more work to do and have been given the tools that could help us get to where we want to be. It's only 44 more years before the next 100 years. I am hoping that when we reach 200 years, we would have something to be thankful for. Wouldn't it be nice if we could thank Canada and BC for moving away from the historical legacies of denial, unilateralism, and a doctrine of discovery to a new nation-nation relationship based on recognition of our inherent rights, reconciliation, respect, cooperation, and partnership. I think we can achieve this goal. To get to an agreement that we can all support, we need the help of everyone, including our elders, youth, our leaders. We still have work to do, so let's get busy and get to work. Thank you.
Qelmucw, Chris Wycott, SXFN, Qelmucw.
Many thanks to Chris Wycott for his dedicated service and his contributions to the future of the agreement.
Ma meselcht na upix de minutes, wel ma cocknimentem na means to NStQ, Elizabeth Pete, Hoitchum ma suchentwachp, as Qananip na letep yere.
We will now take a 10-minute intermission before hearing from our next NStQ treaty champion, Elizabeth Pete. Once again, a reminder that members of the treaty team are available for your questions, and they are located right over there. We do have a 10-minute intermission, so please stretch your legs, clear your mind, grab a cup of tea if necessary, and join us here at 2:20. Qelmucw.
Qelmucw.
That's what I meant.
See, that's why she's there.
He's less. Ma lachaichtlums te Tsq'escen Julianne. Do we have housekeeping?
As a matter of fact, we do have some housekeeping announcements. First of all, we'd like to remind people that there is a lost black Samsung phone somewhere on the floor, so if you happen to see it. We do have a need to clear the building as soon as the program is over this afternoon at around 3:30, so we'll be asking everyone to leave as quickly as possible so we can prepare for tonight's banquet. Those are the only housekeeping announcements I have.
Oh, I also wanted to say again that the Qelmucw de Secwepemc, Qelmucw de Secwepemc na Haldane na Gultens, the TTIS Language and Culture Department will be hosting a Secwepemcstin conference November 3rd to 5th in Qelmucw. Qelmucw chochwai te sweat pin de sicht, wel ma quilach na sitweed sa squalclutmentum, and the means the NStQ, Qelmucw, tes elkst, de Tsq'escen. Dakum suchentals la Coupernamen lu at Quanamiblack tinkt. Amal pin knuchens a suchentes undrip. Jochem stem and the cut means a NStQ. Des aquas a Tsq'escen. Elizabeth Pete.
Our thanks to everyone this afternoon as we get started on the last part of our agenda for today. The NStQ Treaty champions have been guiding hands through the decades of policy and leadership change. They've gone from the refusal of provincial and federal representatives to acknowledge title and rights to implementing the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People. Our next treaty champion is someone you all know. When it was announced that the theme of the Citizens' Assembly would be following a trail, our next treaty champion immediately considered the past that stood out for her. To follow a trail can also mean to follow the rules. The direction or path has been laid out, and once followed leads somewhere to a destination. For Elizabeth Peat, unspoken in those actions is the concept of order, of safety, and of reaching a destination that ensures the survival of Secwepemc and the land they live on. An accomplished Secwepemctin speaker and writer, Elizabeth was involved in the creation of the NStQ Declaration, something she attributes to the many hours spent in each of the Northern Secwepemc communities working with elders and advanced language speakers. Traditional practice has been the center of Elizabeth's family life. As a lifelong teacher, she has always accepted the responsibility of knowledge sharing. As the mother of 4, grandmother of 11, and great-grandmother to numerous grandchildren, she has relied on her knowledge of language, culture, and traditional practice of the Tsq'escen people and the history of their community. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our next NStQ Treaty Champion, Elizabeth Peat.
I'd like to begin by acknowledging the elders that are in the room, the elders that have been so patient and have been paying attention and listening and have been doing so for a long, long time. I'd like to acknowledge the present-day leaders in the room, and I'd like to acknowledge the former leaders that are in the room as well. And I'd like to acknowledge all of the children that have traveled here to be with their parents, and those that have come from the urban centers back to visit relatives back home. I miss some of the people that I used to get calls twice a year from people like the late Alex Archie used to call me in the early days, and he'd check how I was doing and how people back home were doing, and then he'd say, "Elizabeth, how much land do we have? How much money are we getting? When are we going to be done this treaty?" He always asked. And after he left her, I used to find myself, wondering, if he was going to call, and then having to remind myself that he was no longer here. Not that long ago, I got a call from a guy who lives up north. He's married up there. His wife is from up those communities. And he beat around a bush, and finally he said, when is this going to be over? When are we going to have this settled? He said, in the early days, he said, my granny used to come to the meetings, the working group meetings, when we used to have them like clockwork. And she started telling her grandchildren, come to the meetings and come and find out what's going on. And he said, his granny told him, we're doing this for you kids. He said, Elizabeth, that was more than 25 years ago, and I'm not a kid anymore. And I said, yes, Jason, thank you for reminding me. Hopefully in my lifetime. Jay Paul is the other one that calls me now. He kind of stepped in where Alex left off, and he's phoning me on a regular basis there to see how family's doing back home, how his family's doing. Anybody here from Secwepemc? Wave if you're Secwepemc. I got a story for you. I loved traveling out to the communities in the early days of treaty. And I think there was Agnes working and Charlotte was working. I was there. We're meeting down in Dog Creek. And Mary was there, Mary Boston. And so was old Ray. And we were talking away, and Cliff Thorstenson was there. You know, remember Cliff, the lawyer? And every once in a while, we'd be talking, and Cliff would go like this here. And he'd start saying something. And then we'd butt in, and we'd talk. And then pretty soon, he'd go like this. This is what I have to say. And then we'd talk right over him. Finally, old Ray Rosette got mad at us. And he looked around the table at us, and he said, "Let the white man speak." So we had to keep quiet there. We turned around and we said, "Okay, Cliff, you have the floor," you know. But those old people made it their business. They reminded us it was all of our business. They came, they listened, they gave contribution to what it was that we were trying to do. After having survived that school that so many of us went to, it was tough there, but it made us tough. It made us not give up, regardless of what kind of life it was there. We survived it. And over the years, through the educational world that I traveled, I thought, it's got to be better for our kids. It has to be better for our children. They can't have the apron strings that stretch all the way over to Ottawa. At some point, we make the decisions for ourselves, by ourselves. Something that makes sense to us. We can't do that there if we're always having to run back to Ottawa for some signature, for some dollars, for some programs. As Secwepemc, we're better than that. We are better than that, all of us. And all of us are stronger all together. We are strong. We are strong. Clap over your strong. You believe that? Because I believe it. We looked at the courts. While they can resolve things, somebody else makes a decision and you live with it. You damn well live with what the courts decide. Bilateral, only with Canada, wasn't getting us anywhere. So we said no. Status quo wasn't getting us anywhere. And we literally woke up one morning and we were in treaty. We literally did. And so many of you know the story there that Bruce Mack and some of the chiefs and that were meeting with Lauren Greenaway from the BC Treaty Commission in February of 1994 at Williams Lake. I heard about that meeting there and I told my brother, let's go. I told her they're going to talk about this thing called treaty. Let's go see what it's about. So away we went. It was there that I found out that I was already working for Canim Band and I had a title change. While we were there, Bruce Mack said, here's how it's going to work. We're going to have a treaty coordinator in each of the 4 communities. We're going to have a self-government worker in each of those 4 communities. And we'll have an office at the tribal. And he said, Canim Lake is already hired. And I was thinking to myself, I don't remember seeing any postings or nobody saying anything about it. You know, past Chief Antoine Archie was there, and Bruce Mack said that they've hired Elizabeth Peat already. And it's her job to go out there and to teach about this thing called treaty. And I was sitting there thinking, with what? There's nothing. There was nothing. You know, we couldn't go to the internet. There was no internet. I didn't even have a computer. We got these scratchy marked faxes from the Summit office that had information. I was traveling for a while to representing Tribal Council to the Summit down at Vancouver. All of those old chiefs that were there were my professors. I heard them enough times talking about the importance of us and our connection to the land, our beliefs about looking after ourselves. And I became a follower of those old chiefs that many of them are now gone. Old Chief Joe Mathias was one of those. I used to like talking to George Watts. I'd go over and talk to George Watts, and he'd open his briefcase, and he had a big dried salmon in his briefcase, and he'd break a big chunk off for me and give it to me. So I really used to take notes and listen to what they had to say, to the things that they talked about. Those were my classes. I was an intern of those old chiefs for those many, many years. I also listened to my dad. My dad was a chief for a number of years. He was a veteran before he was a chief. He moved down to Canim in the early 1950s when he got elected chief after old Lofthouse passed. Those old chiefs used to raise hell with the Indian agents when they saw that the services weren't being delivered in timely and in a way that dignified our people there. He used to have words with the Indian agent. He used to go up there, he and George Eby and whoever else. He got fed up with it after. He said, I don't know, I'm just a DIA chief, is how he said it. He had been to Europe. He knew what it felt like to be free, to be not a ward, to live like anybody else, make his own decisions. And when he came back, he was a ward of Canada again. So all of those things combined, getting me to believe, first of all, in myself, and getting me to believe that we have it within all of us to do so much better for our children. We keep our feet on the ground so well, eh? And I'm so very proud of the young people. I listen to them at least once a month in our office. They're the ones that are learning the Secwepemcstin. There's our own Julianne, there's Ryan and Gabe, and they speak in the language to Elsie and to Antoinette. At one time I was sitting in my office, I was listening to them for a whole more than an hour. There was nothing but Secwepemcstin being spoken, because each one of them had to tell a story in our own language, and they talked about it in our own language. And I was so very proud. My heart was really proud just listening to it. I was told at one point when enough time had gone by, you know, get out there and talk to our people, go house to house, let them know. So I did at Canim. I went to the people who weren't employed by the band. I talked to some of them outside along the roadside. Some of you know this story already. I was talking to this young mother and trying to tell her about treaty and what we needed to do next, what the next steps were. She looked me right in the eye and she said, "That's not my priority right now. I'm going to court for my children. That's my priority. That's what I'm going to do." And then I ran into another one, and she said, she looked tired and defeated. And she said, "You know, even if you leave me those materials, I'm not going to read it. I don't think I'll read it." But she said, "I hope there's somebody out there that's smarter, that will know what to do next." Because clearly that was a bad day for her. Some of the homes I visited there, they didn't have very much food. The social issues were there for sure. Because I had to pick up this young guy laying by the road, load him into my car and take him home. And I was just about weeping the whole time. Take him back home to his house. He was my brother. That's why I do this. We gotta do better than that. I know right now, we're fighting with the drug world and some of the addictions issues out there. I heard somebody talking about the Constitution. We'll build one together, but we need to know what that structure looks like first. How are we going to govern ourselves? Once we do that, then we'll follow along and we'll make that Constitution to match that, to protect all of you, all of our children. In my mind, that's how it's going to work. If it's written by us, we'll live up to it. If it's written by us, based on our values, based on who we are as Secwepemc, based on our ancestors' knowledge and the things that they handed down, darn right it'll be strong. It'll be us. It'll be ours. Because who else has a say in writing their own Constitution? You look up to Joe Public out there, I don't think so. But you will, your children will. I hope old Ray's listening somewhere, you know. Dora, who gave direction to her children. To Evelyn Boyce, the late Evelyn Boyce, who made it her business to come to the meetings. She said, because I'm coming here now because she said Charlie's not here anymore. Charlie's gone, so I'll start coming to the meetings. To the late Florence Thomas, who made it her business to get up and, among others, go up and watch the chief negotiator sign their letter at Sugar Cane. Acknowledgement for Jean William, who's still with us there, when she got up and she spoke to the negotiators in our own language about the land, and all of the elders that were at Dog Creek at that negotiation session, they got up and they stood with her. And the late Chief Antoine Archie interpreted what she had to say. But their hearts were there in her words. And the end, I made this offering here this morning when the drummers were singing, because we've lost young people. We have a number of young kids who don't have a father and a mother. We have parents out there who've lost a daughter. The food offering is our way of remembering, our way of honoring. I'll make sure that it gets taken home and gets taken care of. Ichuk.
Qelmucw Elizabeth, Tsq'escen. Match bulk ale, Happen Hennes, Qelmucw, 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 Secwepemc. Peen, Matt Downminton, NStQ, Danikka Murphy.
Our thanks to Elizabeth for her knowledge and wisdom. She is going to be returning in a few minutes to talk about the land she loves, Secwepemc. Now, this is the perfect opportunity to have another visit with our Secwepemc storyteller, who is sitting right beside me, but is making her way to the main stage as soon as she gets her clicker. So there she's skipping off to the main stage. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome once again, Danikka Murphy.
I know, right? Oh, I don't have a clicker. Someone's got my button. Who's got my button?
We're having a button locator sent to you right away.
Okay. Okay, this song is stuck in my brain, so I want to share it with you all. It needs to come out. Somebody needs to hear it clearly, so let's sing. Okay. Next. Okay, we're winging it. Just kidding. Okay, let's get started with my Xat'sull. So, the story up next is about Qelmucw, about black bear and coyote. I need to move around this time because I wiggle around a lot. So, let's get started. So, Tsq'escen. Coyote was skipping along and singing. Oh, I'm gonna repeat the Secwepemcstin. Okay, sorry about that. Oh, Qelmucw when he saw a bear coming along. Qelmucw and Gavin Tsq'escen. Secwepemcstin met Chwawi Weltwiston was what Tsq'escen. Coyote thought, I'm gonna play a trick on this guy coming along. Secwepemcstin met Chwawi Weltwiston was what Tsq'escen. Moot na chachwchwaul de halal mes NStQ. He sat on a trail gnawing on a fishbone. Moot na chachwchwaul de halal mes NStQ. Stq'escen and Gavin na Qelmucw Secwepemc. Bear was coming along the shore and he saw Coyote. Stq'escen and Gavin na Qelmucw Secwepemc. Mjutwig and Gavin date again. Bear said, I'm really hungry. Mjutwig and Gavin date again. Tsq'escen. Where did you find your food? Tsq'escen. Oh, met Julianne Secwepemc and Gavin. I'm going to show you, Coyote told Bear. Met Qelmucw met Qelmucw. Go out onto the ice and cut a hole into it. Met Julianne Secwepemc was and Gavin. Met Qelmucw met Qelmucw. Qelmucw was suba. And stick your tail in the water. Qelmucw was suba. A gap was suba. When your tail really hurts, a gap was suba. Don't pull it out of the water. Because that is a little fish biting. A gap suba. When your tail really hurts, a gap suba. That is when you have caught a big fish. There Bear sat and he was still and waited. Oh, sultus was subas. The ice froze around his tail. Sultus was subas. Uyas was subas. His tail really hurt. Uyas was subas. But Enos meswik and Gavin, chak and re achum Tsq'escen Qelmucw. The bear thought, well, maybe this is a big fish I have caught. But Enos meswik and Gavin, chak and re achum Tsq'escen Qelmucw. Chwente uiwem Tsq'escen. So he pulled really fast. Chwente uiwem Tsq'escen. Anam! Beach Qelmucw was subas. His tail broke off. Beach Qelmucw was subas. Delrit pian and Gavin duck best subas. That's why today bears don't have tails. Delrit pian and Gavin duck best subas. You read Stq'escen? Is it one story or two? Sasela. You read Stq'escen? Okay.
I guess so.
Wait, Sabrina Jeff Rensquist. Hello, my name is Sabrina Jeff. I am looking for all of our panelists. We have a meeting at 3 o'clock in the Elders Lounge. If you are here for the Youth and Elder panel, meet me in the Elders Lounge. Tsq'escen.
Huitchum, Cookstachcook, Danikka Murphy.
Our thanks to Danikka Murphy. Thank you.
Qelmucw Tsq'escen, skateboarding. I'm testing that one out. Anyways, Qelmucw Tsq'escen na Qelmucw Tsq'escen ma lachaychkuch as lachayms ma lachaychtlumt at Tsq'escen. Rosie, Archie.
The skateboard community on Turtle Island is growing. The NStQ skateboard history has been made by our next presenter. First, let's find out more about Rosie Archie from Canim Lake.
Today is two of my favorite days put into one. It's Go Skateboarding Day and it's Indigenous Peoples Day. So today I wanted to have an event in the unceded territory of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh Nation. Waked, Rose Rensquist. I'm from Canim Lake, BC. So the early 90s, I started skateboarding thanks to my grade 2 teacher's son. He was the first one to bring a skateboard onto the reserve. I grew up in a town with no skate parks, but the community, actually, the older guys, they made stuff that we could skateboard. So that was really cool. So my name is Charmaine. My friends call me Charmy. Rose is my younger sister. When we were younger, we always dreamt how amazing it would be as women, as Indigenous people, to get to a high level and get off the reservation and just live skateboarding. Nation Skate Youth started organically in my living room. I needed some people to join me on a trip up to Fort St. John, and I got a call to go up there and talk about mental health with the youth and bring skateboarding to them. And the first person I thought of was Joe Buffalo. To see how far he's come on his own journey, really inspired me to do the same, to live that sober lifestyle, to connect again with culture. Dustin Henry was another one I thought of, because you don't really see Indigenous pro skateboarders. And then that just turned into, we should do this all over. We should go to reserves and bring skateboards. And my main thing was I wanted to talk about mental health. When there were times in my life when I lost my friends, my best friends, my cousins, it's still that same feeling I have as a girl when I pick up my skateboard. And I just want to do it to get me into my own world. I think that's why I fell in love with skateboarding, because I could forget all the negative things that were going on in my life. I'm really proud of my sister. She took something and she ran with it. The kids are very standoffish until they get to know you. And then you start giving them your time, and next thing you know, they're hanging off of your leg and they're asking you to come and help them, and you see their confidence building, and that's how I know I'm on the right track. My proudest moment in Nations is when a young boy can come up to me and tell me that he loves his braid, that they love their name Cedar, that they love where they come from. And that they're proud to be Indigenous.
Rose is a very humble person. She has a really giving heart, and for somebody to do something like this for kids, she's not doing it to get recognition from anybody. She just wants to go out there and see kids smile.
It's important to show the youth that we're still here. You know, just listening to JB play her music and her message. It's important to have events like this to just give Indigenous youth that space, that safe space where they can skate with other people that, you know, they might not know that's Indigenous, and it's a beautiful thing to celebrate.
Matchuchmintum Xat'sull Rosie Archie.
To share more with us, please welcome to the stage Rosie Archie.
Tsq'escen. Waked. Hello everyone, family, friends, special guests, especially our elders who've traveled here to be with us today. The treaty team, the organizers, thank you. Waked Rose Rinquest, Tsq'escen. My name is Rose Archie. I'm from Canim Lake, known as Tsq'escen. We are Tsq'escen, known as the people of Broken Rock. My ki'a and ba'a are Mae Johnson. She's from Ellicly. We know that as Esket. My ba'a is Edward Dixon Sr. He's a respected chief of 17 years in Canim Lake, and he was a veteran, super proud of. My parents are Laird and Marianne Archie. I'm just full of gratitude to them because they've taught me all the values I have today. Alongside, I grew up with 2 older sisters and a younger brother. I was lucky to go to Eliza Archie Memorial School growing up. That is where I was able to learn my culture, my language, and the traditions that were passed down by the old people. My favorite part about going to that school was on Monday mornings when we would start off with saging and brushing ourselves off. The teachings that came with that I still use today. Another tradition I loved growing up, and I'm super grateful for, is that my family taught me the importance of the sweat house. If you lived in Canim Lake, it seemed like everybody had a sweat house growing up. My mom made sure we at least went 2 times a week. Especially when we went over to Ellicly, they had a sweat house waiting for us, probably thinking we were dirty or something. In the summer, my sisters and my brother, we would help out with my dad on the ranch with the haying. My favorite part of that was seeing the baby calves be born and taking care of them if we had to. We spent our summers picking berries, blueberries, huckleberries, Tsq'escen with our aunties and our grannies in what they called the grizzly bear country. My dad would fill up his truck with all our cousins and he would take us to the lake. And that was something I really looked forward to. It was healing. In the fall, we would go hunting with my uncles. They would always tell us that that was the way of life, that we lived off the land. Yet I didn't really know that that was something they were passing down to me. My family would take us on day trips in the fall to collect wood for the winter. This was my dad teaching us the work ethic at such a young age and how to survive through the winters. My dad always told me something that stuck with me, and it was to work hard and do a good job like someone is always watching. When our community took part in going to Spokane Gonzaga University program, the kids that got to travel with our parents, we got to experience what it was like living in a city, and everything was so different. And those are what I call the good old days. So in the early 90s, that is when I seen my sister pick up a skateboard with the other boys on the reserve. Me being such a competitive sister, I wanted to learn everything I knew about skateboarding. One thing I didn't know was how much that skateboard would teach me, how much self-confidence it would give me, how much perseverance, and the power to inspire others. I had no idea. I don't think my parents did either. One thing I really love about skateboarding is the way it makes you feel when you learn a new trick. It's one of the most inclusive sports I've ever played growing up. And just to think I was skateboarding when it wasn't even popular. We would get beer bottles thrown at us. We'd get called names, but I didn't care. My sister and I, we would hitchhike, find rides to Williams Lake and Qelmucw just to meet other skateboarders when we were teenagers. One thing that we never saw was other native skaters or other girl skaters. It was really rare. So I graduated high school and I moved to Kelowna, and that's where I started progressing. I started being invited to skate in World Cup skateboard contests. It was a dream come true for little Rosie, who was walking in Canim Lake at one point, thinking, wow, I'm skating with the best in the world right now. I found myself moving to Vancouver, and I've been there for the 20 plus years. One story I often think about is when I was 12 years old, my mom brought me to Vancouver for a workshop, and she gave me $10. Instead of buying food and having it last throughout the whole day, I found a skateboard shop on Granville Street, and I spent it on one sticker. As I walked through downtown, I was in awe of all the tall buildings. It was just so neat to be in Vancouver. I felt like such a grown-up at 12 years old walking around by myself. And I seen a woman in a business suit and high heels. And she walked past me, and I remember seeing her, and I was like, whoa, this is cool. She looks so cool. And that was the 12-year-old me. After working many jobs in Vancouver, I found myself working for Vancity Credit Union. I would skateboard to work, and when I got there, I would take my shoes off, and I would put my heels on, and I'd go get my bougie coffee. And I just think back now, I was that girl wearing the business suit and the heels now. And I always remember that story, and I tell youth to dream big, say it out loud, don't be scared, because you'll be surprised with what comes true. So I've been working for Vancity, and for the first 2 years, they would ask me, what do you do for your community? How do you impact your community? I had nothing to say because I was only there for a paycheck, because I was living in one of the most expensive cities in the world. In 2013, Vancity, they brought Bernice King up to speak at the first Walk for Reconciliation. That was Martin Luther King's daughter. And that was a really special day to be an employee at Van City. That was then where I realized I worked for an organization who really cared about our people. They aimed to educate Canadians about the effects on the residential school. They wanted to talk about the 94 calls of action. Till that point, I never worked for anyone that cared and supported me as an Indigenous staff. I was then inspired to make an impact, and the only way I knew how was on a skateboard. Since that talk, I started my own events, which would have a positive impact on my community, so I could finally have something to contribute to my performance review when my managers asked me that question. I started an annual event called Stop, Drop, and Roll. And it's a women's, trans, non-binary, and non-gender conforming event. I wanted to make it inclusive. I wanted to make it a safe space for newcomers and anyone that could come to be inspired, that could see other women and girls skateboarding. This was the first of its kind in Vancouver, and I'm very happy, and it fills my heart with joy that I was able to create something like that. In 2019, I lost my older sister, the late Tracy May Archie. This was my first big loss, and it was life-changing in so many ways. Part of my healing journey, I took off to Mexico for 20 days. My good friend Norma took me to the Pyramid of the Sun, and this is where I manifested my journey to help the youth. I wasn't sure how, I wasn't sure when, but I knew I wanted to make it happen. I can remember calling my dad after that trip, really excited. Dad, I want to help the youth. I want to open up a sweat lodge. I want to open up a healing center. And he supported me. He was really happy. So I came back from Mexico, and I got a call to help curate a panel and talk about mental health and social change. I said yes right away and took it as a sign from the Creator. Later that evening, I went home and I Googled, what does curate mean? I didn't even know. This opened the door to the first invitation to speak to youth up at Fort St. John. I wanted to bring other skateboarders, so I ended up calling Joe Buffalo, Dustin Henry, his brother Tristan, and our friend Adam George. We met in our living room. We met in my living room. We came up with a lesson plan about what our workshop would look like. We shared our stories on why this would be important to talk to the youth about. So we ended up calling it Nation Skate Youth. After that trip to Fort St. John, I knew this was only the beginning. We partnered up with Vans. They gave us shoes, clothes, goodie bags that we could leave with the youth and the kids. Since we started Nations, we visited over 45 nations. We've been to the Yukon, Ontario, Quebec, Alberta, California, New Mexico, Vancouver Island, the Southern Shuswap, and soon to be Hawaii. We've given out over 850 skateboards. We've donated 6 skateboard parks, all thanks to donations and honorariums. This was only a dream, something I manifested in Mexico. Every community that's welcomed us, I've asked them, can you welcome us with an elder, with an opening drum song, with a land acknowledgement? So it's been amazing to have the community members, the chiefs, the grandparents all come out to see what the heck is Nation Skate Youth, because it was the first of its kind. When people ask me, what do I love about Nations, I can go on for days. I love the real impact it makes. We get feedback from parents, grandparents, foster parents, counselors, programmers, and it's comments like, I've never seen him or her smile like that before. They usually never talk to anyone, but they talk to you. He or she didn't even want to come here, now we can't get him to leave. My message, I tell the youth, is to be proud of who you are and where you come from. I want to remind them to never give up, and most importantly, that they matter. I give them my time, and in return, they open up about real life stories, some I can often relate to. We are there to normalize the talk around mental health and the importance of asking for help. We get into conversations of how important it is to keep our culture, traditions, and language alive. To let them know they don't need to be ashamed to be Indigenous. They need to be proud to be Indigenous. And as a youth, I wish I had someone digging that into my brain every single day. Another story. I have two stories that really brings me to tears sometimes. That when I had a young boy named Cedar, he came up to me after a workshop and he told me how he hated his name. And then he said, I'm gonna go home and tell my mom I love my name Cedar. And just the look on his face, he was so proud. Another story I had, as a 16-year-old girl, she suffered from carbon monoxide poisoning. She was really lucky to be alive. She was dealing with nerve damage. She was really scared and hesitant to get on a skateboard, but I helped her and I pushed her around. And she said, can I tell you something? She said, I never thought I would feel this feeling in her whole life. And I had to hold back tears, just the look on her face and giving her an opportunity and just giving her the time. So on all our trips, I decided to make a book called Nation Skate Youth. We wanted to share our trips. We wanted to put art, culture, music, and skateboarding in one book that would showcase Indigenous youth, people from across Turtle Island, because representation matters. Nation Skate Youth wanted to dedicate this book to every child that didn't make it home, to every survivor and the families that have been affected by the residential school across Turtle Island. So far, we raised $16,000. My goal is to raise $20,000 by the end of the summer. All the proceeds are going towards IRSSS, the Indian Residential Schools Survivors Society. Another exciting moment was when I got my very own pro skateboard. My mom made me a ribbon skirt with the help from Lenora Christopher. This was my mom's first ribbon skirt she made. So I wanted it to be my first graphic, and I wanted to dedicate my skateboard to my sister Tracy. So it was a huge honor being on the colonialism team. That's the skateboard team I'm on. It's been amazing because we've been able to educate and speak about the effects of colonialism through skateboarding. This skateboard here is from Gustafson Lake, the standoff that happened in 1995. As a teenager, I was going to school in 100 Mile. And as a teenager, we were facing racism. And I know it's nothing new to the older generation like my parents. But for me as a teenager, it did make me tough as well. It made me full of anger. They just tried to make us be ashamed to be Indigenous. So the other skateboard I have up here is one of my favorite because it shows a family. And it always reminds me it takes a whole community to raise a child. And I want to try my best to bring out the smiles to the youth and be a part of their journey and to give them hope. I would like to thank everyone for coming out today and not falling asleep during my talk. A very special thanks to all the organizers once again for having me and the treaty team for organizing this event, everyone watching online, and lastly, I'd really like to thank all the elders that came out, especially after a pandemic. Before I leave today, I want to share some words of wisdom from two elders that guided me on my journey and taught me to speak from the heart. The late Johnny Johnson. He would remind me to keep my spirit strong because the work I'm doing, there's going to be people that are going to try to bring me down. So I've been using sage and cedar. My Auntie Lorraine Valac, who is here today, she always told me and always reminds me to treat people how you want to be treated, to be kind and to pray for those that need it. And that is what the old people taught her. So I always like to remind the youth to listen to their elders. And I thank you so much for having me. Qelmucw.
Rosie, ma suchen twach na le depsi ein in speluk la as weeks pin de seat.
Thank you, Rosie, who you can visit at her table during the assembly, and she's going to be here tomorrow as well. It's so nice to have you with us this afternoon.
Xat'sull Qelmucw Celeste Knuchment Chwaid Qelmucw Pien Ananensis Technum Nementum Haldane Qelmucw Welchen Weekt Qelmucw 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 means NStQ Pien Xat'sull Tepkuch, Secwepemc, Secwepemcstin, Q'esc'en, Elksmans, Q'ultans, Q'lmucw, Elkst, Juchmintem, Q'ultnkt, Q'ultan, Q'lmucw, Q'elmucw, Xat'sull.
The entire membership of the NStQ has benefited a great deal by the work that has been done and for the work ahead in the future. This will secure our language and culture for generations to come. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of everyone, we extend our thanks to all of the treaty champions over the decades that have contributed to our knowledge and to the members of the Northern Secwepemc Cultural Society for their continued commitment to this restoration and maintenance of NStQ culture, history, and language. Thank you, Donna.
Donna. Chukas Blukten, ma cochech cochite sweat, amal ma chachkachins, as Palulquin, Chilks, Tsq'escen, Matchukmintelman, Xat'sull, 5:30, X'len, Nimintem, Secwepemcstin, oh, no, Secwepemcstin.
This is the end of our agenda for today. The arena will be closed once everyone leaves, but will reopen at 5:30 this afternoon. Please do make sure that you pick up any personal items before leaving this afternoon. Once again, you are all welcome to join us for the banquet tonight, with the doors opening at 5:30 and entertainment to follow.
Qelmucw, Plukentwach, Pin de Siet, Nuna Naletep, Met Sound, as Elkstimp, as Met Knuchmentlums, Hoichum, Chuk, as Blulkten, a Chilkst, as Tsq'escen.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us today. There are staff available at the display tables that can answer or forward any questions you have for the presenters today. Please, a reminder that the venue will be closed until 5:30. Your cooperation in leaving as soon as possible is appreciated by the production staff. Oh yeah, bus, please.
Hey.